All right. Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a good start to the day, some breakfast. My name is Richard Bachmann. I have the great pleasure to moderate our second keynote for our conference here. We ended yesterday with a great talk by Ursula Hughes. Really a lot of things to think about. I feel like we couldn't start the day better than with this talk by Jason Resnikoff. Very excited about this. Jason is an assistant professor for contemporary history at the University of Groningen. He's a labor historian who came to labor history through labor organizing. So he's also a union guy. He worked with the United Auto Workers at Columbia University. And that might be a little bit weird for some folks here. In the United States, unions do not have the same kind of sectoral grounding as they have in Europe. So the United Auto Workers also organize graduate students quite successfully, as do other unions as well. And Jason has worked with them at Columbia, where he got his PhD in 2019. He published probably the history book on automation, post-war automation history in the United States, Labor's End, How the Promise of Automation Degraded Work. And his talk today will draw a little bit on that work, but also on something that Jason has recently been working on, which is looking at the intersection of race and technology in the context of this automation discourse. So please join me in welcoming Jason Resnikoff.
Thanks, Richard. That's a very kind introduction. Can you hear me, everybody? Okay. Like Rennie said yesterday, I have the tendency to talk very fast when I'm excited. So, and also I'm getting over a cold. So you should put up a red flag or something and I'll know to stop or slow down. So, good morning. It is a great privilege to have the opportunity to address this assembly of scholars and trade unionists. And for that, of course, I have to thank the organizers of this conference. Richard Bachmann was kind enough to extend this invitation, which was very exciting. And a couple of weeks ago, Ada Ponce del Castillo reached out to help set up the logistics for my trip here to Brussels. And when I told her that I myself have been an organizer for the United Auto Workers in the US, she suggested, so everything that follows is her fault, she suggested that I use the opportunity here to speak directly to the trade unionists in the audience. I won't ask you to reveal yourselves. I must admit, though, I found that to be a slightly nerve-wracking request. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, good.
If only because it confronted me with the question of what my research really has to offer the labor movement. But nevertheless, today I'm going to try to do something that I, as an academic, am not always known for, I suppose, which is to be useful. It's in that spirit that today I want to talk about the history of technology in the workplace and how trade unionists might be able to use that history to advance the cause of working people. Technology and technological progress are some of the most overdetermined ideas shaping modern life. And in the past, employers have used these concepts very effectively to dominate working people. This was true in the past when employers spoke of automation, and it's true today when they talk about the supposed AI revolution, something I'll address in just a bit. To that end, today I'm going to try to draw a through line from the rise of the automation discourse in the middle of the 20th century to the current scene in both the US and Europe today. At the end, I'll try to sum up with a few concrete points that might help a trade union frame or even reframe negotiations concerning new technologies in the workplace. But big picture, this talk, if it has a thesis, it's this. The narrative of technological revolution and even technological progress, the story society tells itself about technological advancement, the story that employers love to tell their employees, generally plays to the detriment of unions and of worker power. So when it comes to bargaining over technology, therefore, it behooves the labor movement to divorce discussions about specific material changes to the labor process from grand narratives of technological progress. The story of the rise of the idea of automation itself makes this lesson clear. If labor unions understand changes to the means of production outside the terms of even technological progress, it will become easier for them to negotiate with employers here and now, rather than debate what effect they might have in a vague and all too speculative future. As I launch into this talk, I realized it was really a pleasure to hear the talks yesterday, and how many of the points I'm going to make today were either articulated or anticipated by other speakers. I was like, oh my God, am I going to have anything new to offer this crew? And I thought maybe at the very least, this sort of idea of building consensus or new terms or new norms might be helpful in and of itself. I think if only 10 years ago, if you had said, automation's not great, automation's not necessarily always abolishing labor, that would have been kind of a revolutionary thing to say at the time. So maybe creating new truths for the labor movement in and of itself might be helpful. But all right, that's just a thought. So before I launch into my discussion of the rise of automation in the mid-20th century, I want to make a note about technology and work in general. And this might seem like a bit of a digression, but I think it's important. So present in the modern understanding of technology is usually a presumption of degraded and coerced labor. This is actually the subject of my current research. This goes back far in time, which I won't bother you with now, but let me show you what I mean. This is a picture of the Unimate. It's the world's first industrial robot, hard at work at a General Motors automobile factory in the 1970s. General Motors claimed that this factory was automated, although thousands of workers were still employed there. And below is a quotation from the Unimate's inventor, a pioneering figure in the field of industrial robotics, Joseph Engelberger. I owe this citation to a colleague who's not here, Salem Ellsway, who found it in a pornographic magazine. He didn't tell me how he got that magazine, but it was from the early 1970s. All right, I shouldn't force Salem. Does it need to be forward more? What have I done? All right, since this is what it says on the slide. Since we can't have slaves or kick around black people anymore, said Engelberger, the robot serves that purpose. This is obviously a rather crude remark, but it should be stated that Engelberger was not in any way exceptional in thinking this way. Rather, this was a typical sentiment of those committed to the mechanization of work since the dawn of industrialization. If Engelberger was exceptional in any way, it was only being foolish enough to say that he imagined his new machine would be an ersatz slave. Employers and machine manufacturers had long fantasized about industrial technology as a way of having all the advantages of coerced workers without the moral costs. Now, if you'll indulge me, I want to take you on a very quick tour backwards in time to give you a taste of this. I'm going to flip through these next slides sort of quickly, and I apologize for that. This is an article from 1957 from Mechanics Illustrated, promising its readers that you'd own slaves by 1965, so you wouldn't have to dress yourself in the morning. You know how hard that can be. This is from 20 years earlier. This is from Popular Mechanics, again equating the electrification and mechanization of the house as a way of having enslaved domestic workers, again. This is one of the first sort of anthropomorphic robots. This was built by the Westinghouse Corporation, styled as an enslaved person. They made him look like a slave, called him a slave. And this is actually one of the more interesting ones. This is from DeBau's review, although the picture's from Scientific American. And here we have, the DeBau's review was a paper based in Louisiana, in the Deep South. It represented the interests of slave owners for much of the middle of the 19th century. And someone had invented a steam plow. The inventive genius of the age comes to our assistance with a labor-saving instrument in the form of a steam plow, lately patented by Mr. J.C. Delavine, one of our citizens of the South, who says he has made an iron Negro that cannot be emancipated. In the immediate post-Civil War moment, there was a large debate of who's now going to do the work of enslaved people. And there was a moment when they thought it might be machines, because it's industrializing America. My point with all this is that for an employer, the ideal worker is one who is will-less, who does exactly as they're told. When employers design machines, that is their model of behavior. They usually sell this to unions and to workers by saying that the machine will do the dirty work so that the employee does not have to. According to this argument, everyone benefits. Of course, agreeing to that, working people are making a huge concession, and that's this, that there should be, or that there is a naturally occurring role for coerced labor in the labor process. Someone has to work like a slave. If it's not going to be a slave, it should be a machine. That's the point I want to make today. This understanding of technology as meant to act like a coerced worker means that built into the apparatus of the workplace, what we often call technology, creates a space for a way of performing work that is not compatible with freedom, or to put a fine point on it, human dignity. People who need to work with these mechanisms are therefore working according to the terms of coercion. In the past, employers sometimes acknowledged this explicitly, claiming that human workers would become akin to the overseers of slaves. And that is, there would be a kind of promotion for them. This is the upskilling that it's going to bring, that we hear about today. Learn to code. Anyway, sorry. I see Daniel Green in the audience. He knows all about that. Anyway, so take, for example, Charles R. Flint's address to a meeting of industrialists and union leaders at the turn of the 20th century. Flint was the founder of the Computing Tabulating Recording Company that would later in the century be renamed IBM, the International Business Machines. IBM is going to be a recurring character in my talk. IBM is a little like the Habsburg Empire of tech companies. It's kind of grand and old. You're surprised it's still around when it's around, but it's still doing important work, evidently. Anyway, industrialization and heavy mechanization, Flint told his audience, which included Samuel Gompers, by the way, leader of the American Federation of Labor, meant that, as this quote says here, the American wage earner is raised to the dignity of an overseer, not over degraded humanity, but over a more reliable and effective slave, machinery. Today, employers generally don't acknowledge this aspect of the argument, the part that concedes that machines are meant to work like coerced workers, and instead they emphasize this upskilling tendency. Now, it might be true that with mechanization, some working people are indeed raised to the level of the overseer. Some of the new jobs created through technological change are what we might call good jobs. This is this famous bifurcation or polarization you see sometimes with technology in the workplace. But if history has taught us anything, it's that in addition to unemployment, employer-instituted technological change also produces a lot of bad jobs. And this is the other side of what happens when you literally build in the premise of coerced labor into the labor process. The model of an entire class of work becomes that of coerced labor, which is to say, labor that is driven hard, that is constantly surveilled, that is poorly remunerated, that is carceral. To work with machines built on these premises under conditions of social hierarchy often means working according to the same logic in which they operate. Anyway. Okay, so to move on. Now that I've got my digression in, my suspicion of technology in the workplace. Let me get into a more specific history of the automation discourse. The promise of automation, and more lately AI, is actually the promise of further embedding the premises of coerced labor into the working lives of everyday people. That's my take. This isn't a quality of the machines themselves, of course. It's a quality of social domination, which the machines mediate. The machines, their design, the way the employers introduce them, these are not technologically determined. They are determined by social relations, by the structures of capitalism. Therefore, we need to understand the intellectual pillars informing the way we talk about the introduction of new machines to work. What the history of those intellectual pillars shows us is that the promise of so-called automation is not really the abolition of work. It is the degradation of work. It is that history I now want to recount in order to see how this happens, but also how working people have resisted. And this is the point of being useful, what unions did in the past when faced with this situation. So in my research, I have found that the origins of our concept of automation are not based so much on any revolutionary technologies or major booms in labor productivity brought about through mechanization. Rather, automation is an argument, or if you prefer, a story, that employers came up with in order to justify top-down control of their all-too-human workforce and to limit their freedom in the workplace. The term automation does not explain what has happened in the workplace. Rather, we need the history of the workplace to explain what automation could be. So let's go back to the origins of the term. Richard talked about this a little bit yesterday, actually, which was very useful, so I'll kind of speed through. Okay, actually, I can go a little faster here. I'm sorry, I can't help myself, I guess Charlie Chaplin's my spirit animal. Okay. The word automation was coined in the 1940s by executives at the Ford Motor Company in its battle to weaken the militant and recently unionized workers on the shop floor. That's the UAW, my old boss. Forced by both the labor movement and U.S. law to recognize and to bargain with unions, automobile executives had to find a way of undermining the power of workers without explicitly attacking the principle of unionization. They mobilized the widespread post-war faith in technological progress to argue that it was technological progress itself that was degrading workers' jobs and attacking the union, not the decisions on the part of management. Automation, they claimed, made the assembly line faster. Automation laid off the workers. Automation outsourced factory work to non-unionized parts of the country. Now, originally, managers had used the term to describe a specific piece of equipment that Richard mentioned yesterday. It's this thing, the transfer machine. They said it was very new. It was actually kind of old. It was invented in the 1880s in Massachusetts for a watch company, although they changed it a little bit. But quickly, even though they associated it with this machine, the term outpaced any specific technological reference. A VP of production at Ford, D.S. Harder, the person who's actually coined the word automation, if you want to know the guy who came up with it, he described automation this way. It's more than merely transferring, that's the transfer machine. I, for one, want to think of automation as a new concept, a new philosophy of manufacturing. Anyone who fails to recognize this point has missed the point in general. So, crucial to the concept of automation, in fact, was the strategic vagueness as to exactly what kind of technology it was. It was present at the beginning, and it was intentional. One of the main boosters of the idea of automation in the 1950s famously claimed that it was as hard for an executive to define automation as it was for a group of theologians to define sin. Who's to say? What managers called automation, however, workers on the line called speed up, labor degradation, decentralization, the mid-century term for what we call offshoring or outsourcing. In other words, what management called automation, workers understood not as the abolition of human labor, but its cheapening. Take this quotation from Simon Owens, who was an auto worker and an organizer. Whatever automation means to management, labor bureaucrat, or engineer, to the production worker, it means a return to sweatshop conditions, increased speed up, and gearing the man to the machine instead of the machine to the man. The union contract assures management increased productivity by robbing the workers of control over the conditions of labor. It's pretty well said. So to repeat myself, the initial purpose of the notion of automation, the reason the term was invented, was to hijack narratives of technological utopianism to abolish unions, not work. Okay. Now, across industries, not just in auto, what managers referred to as automation just as often resulted in degraded and sped up work, as it did with the substitution of human with machine action. This was true in coal mining, in rail freight, even in the introduction of computers to the office. And yet, for the most part, across the political spectrum, people generally adopted the automation discourse. It was extremely popular, regardless of political affiliation. This included the labor movement. Union leaders found themselves both rhetorically and to a certain extent intellectually cowed by the automation discourse. They generally did not fight employers when it came to the introduction of new technology. They did not want to be labeled as Luddites. I want to say something real quick. It's easy to talk trash about union leaders, and I love to do it. But it's hard to say the workers should just control the means of production. Like, oh, should they? Yeah, it's a great idea. Obviously. But it wasn't even on the bargaining table. It was not something they thought they should try to work towards. And that's my point. I'm not going to give union leaders a hard time because they didn't have, the big night of the revolution in 1955. That's not my point. In addition, part of the power of the automation discourse was that it spoke to a techno-progressivism that even to this day appeals to many tendencies on the left. Union officials did not know what automation would bring. They often could not say what it was. But they believed it was real, and they believed it was decisive. And so they largely failed to disentangle technological stories of progress from management's attempts to control the labor process. They didn't see those two things as being the same. They saw them as distinct. Union leaders thought automation would upgrade their workers. It did not. They thought it would make the work more skilled. It generally did not. It did the opposite. They thought the changes wrought under the aegis of automation were primarily technological. They often were not. Okay, so I want to suggest now that what we call AI is the latest chapter in this automation discourse. See, headlines, same idea. It's my trick. I'm going to argue right now that AI is not so much a technology as it is a story about technology, and that the story of AI is largely the same story that employers told with the word automation in the middle of the 20th century. When tech entrepreneurs speak of AI doing this or AI doing that, like when Elon Musk promised Rishi Sunak, then the prime minister, there would be a coming age of abundance because AI will be able to do it all, his words. He was using AI in pretty much the same way Ford executives use the term automation. I'm sorry to mention Elon Musk. I know, we've all had enough of him. But I'm not sure how you feel. He's narratively very useful. He's like Henry Ford. You know, you get to invoke an entire scene, an entire way of thinking without having to do much explaining. That's why I did it. Okay, so to begin with this outrageous claim that AI isn't even a technology, I should make it clear that academic researchers in the field of AI do not themselves generally use the term AI to describe a specific technical innovation. According to Margaret Bowden, an authority in the field, AI is quite simply the practice of making computers do the sorts of things that minds do. In other words, AI is less a technology and more a desire to build a machine that acts as though it's intelligent. It's a description of a desired effect rather than a specific process. So here's a definition, once again from IBM, to that effect. Anything that makes machines act more intelligently. This is from the European Parliament just down the street. They defined it this way, in very similar terms. AI is the ability of a machine to display human-like capabilities, such as reasoning. The EU AI Act defines it even more vaguely. They say it's a family of technologies. I don't know. I'm sure they get more specific in the guts of the act. And here's another quotation from Margaret Bowden. Again, she's a researcher in the field. State-of-the-art AI is a many-splendored thing. It offers a profusion of virtual machines doing many different kinds of information processing. There's no key secret here, no core unifying technique in the field. AI practitioners work in highly diverse areas, sharing little in terms of goals and methods. Okay. So, in other words, there's no single technology that makes AI distinctive from, let's say, computer science. That said, much of the current discussion surrounding AI does center something specific. It's the application of artificial neural networks to machine learning. And I'll talk about those in a moment. Contemporary use of the term AI, however, tends to black box discussions of material changes, mystifying the technology in question while also homogenizing many distinct technologies into a single revolutionary mechanism, a deus ex machina that's monolithic and obscure. And my point is, that effect is not accidental. That's the purpose of the term AI, I think, largely. It serves the interest of capital. So in response, there's a veritable cottage industry today among journalists and academics pointing out that there are still human workers involved in supposedly automated AI systems. I count myself among them, and there are many of us in this room today who do that. They're like, oh my God, there are workers still here. We have to do this work. And what have we discovered? Well, we've learned that employers have used the term AI, as well as actual techniques of machine learning and artificial neural networks, as a cover, in part, to exert immense control over the labor process, using digital platforms to break up jobs and surveil how quickly workers complete those tasks. So with Amazon's use of algorithms to push warehouse workers, or ride-hailing apps speeding up drivers, digital platforms have allowed employers to extend factory logic practically everywhere. Here we see that the most revolutionary aspect of the technological changes referred to as AI, the mass diffusion of worker surveillance, so that even when you're working from home in bed, you're working according to the dictates as though you were on an assembly line. That's a very interesting innovation. And while digital platforms do not make for particularly good workers, we have discovered, they are very effective bosses, very good at pacing people, tracking, quantifying, compelling workers to labor according to the designs of their employers. Now, arguing that machine learning is not categorically different from earlier forms of mechanization, and it's not, is not to say that everything will be fine for workers. Far from it. Machine learning will continue to aid employers in their project to degrade work. Unlike earlier forms of mechanization, including the computer mechanization of the white-collar office beginning in the 1950s, employers have set their sights on turning white-collar jobs into cheaper, semi-skilled jobs. And I want to dwell on this early history for a moment in the use of computers to degrade work, to help us see how AI could be a descendant of it. So in the second half of the 20th century, computer manufacturers and employers introduced the electronic digital computer with the aim specifically of reducing payroll costs. They wanted to get rid of all of these clerical workers. They replaced the skilled secretary or clerk with a large number of poorly paid women operating key punch machines who produced punch cards to be fed into large batch processing computers. Companies like IBM initially sold computers to offices specifically with the promise of automation. These are still images from IBM's 1958 promotional film, The Information Machine. So here we see a white-collar worker thinking. Think is the motto of IBM. My father worked for IBM from 1964 to 1968, and in our house we had a big marble block that just said "Think" on it, which I thought was cool. I can't find it though. I would love. I put it right here. Think. And now we see this mechanical arm is holding a punch card, and it's going to feed it into a machine, and we see this sort of this fantasy of what the computer industry promised the office, which is that the manager would be able to manifest pure thought into some kind of physical reality. And this, of course, is that reality. That mechanical arm was armies of poorly paid, almost always female labor. And instead of reducing the number of clerical workers, the number of clerical workers boomed in offices and definitely in the computer industry, well into the 1980s. The immediate result of the introduction of the electronic digital computer to the office was more, not fewer workers, but the jobs were worse. The jobs were more monotonous and the work was sped up. In the last quarter of the 20th century, employers they found a new way. They successfully persuaded middle managers to do clerical work for themselves. That was the real trick. One consultant called it the bourgeoisification of clerical work. And they used a special tool to do that. They gave middle managers desktop computers to do their own typing, filing, and correspondence, work that the company once had to pay clerical workers to do. Incidentally, this was achieved not through the desktop computer itself. Rather, computer companies and employers used the masculine mystique of the computer to regender the alphanumeric keyboard from a wholly feminine device to something that was consistent with masculinity. So before 1980, no self-respecting male manager would have done his own typing. This is this notorious Olivetti Girl campaign that some of you might know. And here is an early computer ad, and you can see what the gender relations of computer work are meant to be, right? The male manager is holding the paper that's been produced by the female labor of actually actuating the computer. Employers, however, realized that they could fire many of these women if they could just get the guy standing there to just do his own damn typing, right? And so they did that by deploying the spectacular aura of technological power to persuade middle managers that when they took on these tasks that were formerly feminine tasks, they were actually being saved labor. And they were made powerful. So now when a male manager did his own data entry on a computer, or so the ad copy told him, he was actually, in the words of one manager, being, quote, liberated from the tyranny of the secretary. That is, liberated to do work he had never had to do before. So this style of job degradation, what you might call stealth degradation, abetted with the use of an impressive new machine, I would also suggest remains very typical in white-collar work today. Employers use this approach when they introduce new labor-intensive systems, often when it comes to compelling workers to do their own payroll filing or time card maintenance, this kind of thing. And when employers make it easy for white-collar workers to work from home or when they're on vacation, right, they deploy these amazing systems that can be spectacular to do work you never had to do before. And that's how they're squeezing human labor, in part. Now, some companies have pitched AI in this way. Last year, Google pitched a machine learning chatbot named Genesis to the New York Times, the Washington Post, and News Corp. A spokesperson for Google acknowledged that the program would not replace journalists or write articles on its own. It would instead compose headlines and, according to the New York Times itself, provide options for other writing styles. And this is precisely the kind of tool that, marketed as a convenience, would also be useful for an employer who wished to de-skill a job, right? Like the job of a journalist. And so like older forms of mechanization, large language models can indeed increase worker productivity. The National Bureau of Economic Research found that call center workers using AI processed 14.2% more calls than their colleagues who did not. However, we should drill down into exactly how the machines produce this productivity, how they make it happen. So in addition to speed up and surveillance, examples are also rife of employers using AI to obscure the presence of poorly paid human workers, many of them based in the global south. Amazon admitted that its generative AI that it used in its Just Walk Out stores was actually workers in India scrolling through surveillance footage. You may have heard about this story. Antonio Casilli is not here, but he did some very interesting work on how AI systems that were surveilling against shoplifting, just a word, not just, but was actually a group of workers in Madagascar being paid 100 euros a month, again, scrolling through this footage to try and spot shoplifters. And then I was supposed to do that point by point. And then, of course, you have voice and action technology. This is that drive-through orders at U.S. fast food restaurants were actually being processed by Filipino workers who were being paid very poorly rather than the AI system. I mean, many of us know these stories already, but I'm just trying to emphasize that, this is what Mary Gray and Siddharth Suri have called ghost work, and AI is an extremely effective tool for that. All right, so what is to be done? What are unions supposed to do in this situation? Now, the attempt to be useful. From the example of the U.S. at mid-century, we find that there are two general strategies that unions used in the past to get around the automation discourse, or the automation problem. And I hope, as I've made clear, that problem was not a problem of technology. The problem that they actually faced was they lost control of the shop floor. What do you do when you've lost control of the shop floor? And employers can just change the means of production. Well, some unions attempted to get their employer, as well as the state, to offer retraining programs. This was extremely common. The argument went that because technological progress had made these workers obsolete, that those in power needed to upgrade and upskill workers for the supposedly white-collar machine overseer jobs that were about to arrive. These attempts almost always failed. Here I'm thinking of the United Packing House workers, the people cutting meat there. Excuse me. Other unions, however, demanded that the employer buy the jobs of their workers before employers could mechanize them. This was achieved through generous retirement benefits. These unions were actually more successful. Rather than get a weak promise of job placement somewhere else, unions did best when they treated the job category under threat as a kind of property that the employer needed to buy outright before they could touch it. In this case, I'm thinking of the International Longshore Warehouse Union, the ILWU, and that's the West Coast dock workers specifically. But I would suggest that neither case is a particularly encouraging example, even though the ILWU did much better than the packing house workers. In both examples, the unions took for granted that workers were to have no say over the changes to means of production, or that workers' control of production was something that the union should even try to fight for someday in the future. For the dock workers, the buyout came at the expense not only of a future generation of workers on the docks, but also of the so-called B-men. That's the workers at the docks who did not yet enjoy full union membership. More typical was the fate of the United Packing House Workers of America, the UPWA, which at first allowed the company to automate, this case was bring in power tools for cutting meat, in exchange for the right to transfer jobs and retraining. The UPWA's own president, Ralph Hellstein, he's the one holding his face there in contract negotiations. Again, I don't know if we have any trade unionists in the room, but that's like contract negotiations, right? That's what they're like in America. That's how they make you feel. And he said, what you were doing was training people so that they could be unemployed at higher levels of skill because they couldn't get jobs. As the industry reformed in the second half of the 20th century, that's the meatpacking industry, the union, the UPWA itself, disintegrated. The union ceased to exist. However, not because the jobs were automated away, but because the workers lost power. Today, meatpacking in the U.S. remains a labor-intensive industry. A lot of people work in it, although now much of it is non-union, and meatpacking jobs have become some of the worst jobs in the United States. They've gone back to what they were like at the turn of the 20th century. This includes the widespread use of illegal child labor. The boy on the left, Marcos Cooks, was maimed in a slaughterhouse in an industrial accident when he was 14 years old. And that was in 2022. It was very recently. And the child on the lower right-hand side, whose name was not revealed, is significantly younger than 14, as you can tell. And so while automation on the docks might indeed have done away with a great deal of human labor, automation in the meatpacking industry did no such thing. It doesn't look like the future in American meatpacking. It looks like the past. But that is a rather somber point to end on, isn't it? Neither worked very well. And I think we can dream a little bigger. So I'll try to conclude on this point. To go back to where I began and to try to make this history useful, I would say that at the very least, to the trade union people here, if the boss is going to be the one to decide what kind of machines workers use, unions should prioritize making the boss pay for that privilege. That's something you got to pay for if you're going to do it, with some real money. But to take away something deeper from that history that I've just recounted, I would suggest, as I said at the beginning, that unions would do well to disconnect technological changes to the workplace from any narratives of technological progress. When an employer brings in a new machine or new software or even a new method, union leaders should reject any framing of that act as the coming of the future or the next step of civilization or technology let out of the bag and now we have to react to whatever technology is doing. Further, unions should hold as their ultimate goal, no matter how far off and how utopian it might seem today, the principle of workers' control of the workplace and the labor process. Even if you can't win it today at the bargaining table, it should inform future projects of where the workplace is going. Narratives of technological progress are generally a losing game for workers. And I understand, that resisting those narratives is itself perilous. It's easy to say, don't be taken in by technological progress. But then you're going to seem as totally irresponsible, right? The employer across the table is going to be like, this person's not realistic. They don't realize where the economy is going, blah, 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 blah. And I think that's a hit that unions are just going to have to take for a little bit, I would suggest. Because after almost a century of playing into it is really not working, in my opinion. So it falls to unions to find ways to be able to reject employer-initiated changes to the means of production without seeming to be opposed to progress. And that requires unions put forward their own very specific definition of progress, one that is about justice for workers, in which the idea of technology is not only not in the driver's seat, but I would suggest not even present. It falls to unions to begin to imagine what progress would be for working people without technology. In other words, imagine if we had, without technology, what do I mean? Instead of talking about how we're going to divide a future glut of power tomorrow, if we were just to say today, if we were to make a just society today and divide our current powers, what would that look like? And I think the trade union movement is in a very strong position to do that, to begin to articulate this idea of non-technological progress, if only for them to be able to organize their own workers around being able to reject some of these changes. Okay, that's how I'm going to end. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you so much, Jason, for really this very rich talk that gives us a lot to consider. We have about 20 minutes, right? Until 10? Until 10 for any questions that you might have. And I think we're going to collect a few questions and go back and forth. Yeah. The gentleman right there. Yeah, with the glasses. And just before you start, we are looking for questions. So, I'm saying this because sometimes, you get like the long comments. And so we're looking for questions.
Okay, I have 3 questions.
And if you could introduce yourself.
I'm Norbert Fabian. I'm senior lecturer at Bochum University in Germany. The first question refers to the history, to ancient history. There was a time technology, the Greeks and Romans especially military technology, they had technology, but they didn't apply it because they had slaves. That changed in modern times, and that's my question too. To what extent the rise of modern technology, the first industrial revolution, helped, was not the only reason, but it helped to abolish slavery? That's the first question. Second question refers to women. In the car industry, women are now, VW in Germany especially, Volkswagen, women are working also in the production because it's easier to work there. Technology helps to avoid hard work. It's more equality also in this car firms and others too, I think. And the third question, is it the technology or are the people behind artificial technology? The people who are writing the programs, also programs that artificial intelligence can learn. Mm-hmm. And I think these persons are responsible. And we have to look at these persons also, the persons who are writing and collecting the algorithms and so on, with whom artificial intelligence works in.
Okay, thank you. So those are 3. Maybe we can, Daniel.
That's the next one, I think. Yeah,
one or 2 more.
Yeah.
Hi. Oh, I'm Dan Green from the University of Maryland. Thank you for a wonderful talk, Jason, and also thank you for your contributions to like the James Boggs Renaissance around, which I'm very grateful for. I very much appreciate the history of the story of automation. My question is, how does the history of that story interact with actually existing automation? Because I respect that the story told in 2025 and the story told in 1955 are basically the same. They sound very, very similar. But the difference is that, and I think this is borne out by economists across the political spectrum, from like your Aaron Benanovs to your Robert Gordons, there's really not a lot of actually existing automation today, whether we measure that in terms of like industry-wide CapEx, like there's no CapEx spending, everything goes to share buybacks, or whether we measure it in output, like there's no increase in total factor productivity relative to the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Like this is in many ways, a technologically stagnant era of mass production, and yet we're gaga for automation the same way we were in much more dynamic eras of technological production. So what's up with that?
So Jason, what do you think? 4 questions,
Sure.
answer, and then
Yeah, of course.
second one. Okay.
Well, to talk about, briefly, and then I want to get to Dan's question, but ancient history, the ancient Greece, ancient Rome, slave societies. I would not suggest that there's anything specific about the nature of fulfilling social necessity that requires enslaved labor. I can't prove that. There might be something about being an ancient Roman that requires enslaved labor. Same thing about being a plantation owner. These institutions of slavery had all kinds of functions. I don't think they were technologically determined, or that they were determined by the nature of work. It might be determined by a steeply hierarchical society, right? And so with women in factories, it's an interesting point. The first factory workers were women for the most part. And I think it's wherever you can find degraded workers. The real shock is that masculine men would ever go into a factory unless they're totally proletarianized. And so I think usually wherever you find, the cusp of industrialization, you're going to find often poor women workers there first. And so you say the technology could, in theory, make it possible for women to do this work. But I think the history of industrialization has always been that women are integrally involved. The third one is AI. Is it AI or is it the people developing AI? I think Filippo put this yesterday really well in his Q&A, which was like, who asked for AI? You know what I mean? It's like, in a way, I don't mean to be too over the top, although if not now, when. It's like, no society that's really concerned about the well-being of its most vulnerable members, like invents the factory. You don't invent this thing if you really are caring about the quality of life of everyday normal people. And I would say something similar about AI. You don't invent this because you're really concerned about making sure that writers have the tools that they need. And so I think from the very beginning, it's like saying like AI is here. It's the people who invented AI or not. It's that all of these changes are being imposed top down, and they are not concerned with the betterment of humanity. Sometimes they happen to do that. And so I think that would be the source of my criticism, that these things are being commissioned by the profit motive and not by any. As to how do we explain the return of the automation discourse when the political economic situation would seem to be entirely different? That is a wonderful question, and I actually don't have the best answer. I do see the difference being, if the automation discourse was written in a major key in the post-war period, today it's written in minor. And it's like, what is the issue of the question of unemployment, and how does unemployment itself relate to this sort of the proliferation of these discourses? Rather, I think the main difference is that these are moments of, you could say, one could argue disruption, but it's the same discourse, but perhaps being used towards a different end. I don't think when Elon Musk is deploying AI, he's trying to degrade his unionized workforce because his workers aren't unionized at all. On the other hand, I do think it's a ready tactic for when you have a lot of technological disruption or technological change, that it's a way, capital's main way of explaining it as a benefit to society as opposed to something else. In other words, I don't have a good material analysis for what specific changes in industrial production would lead to the rise of the automation discourse. And I don't believe that's necessarily what triggers it, if that makes sense. And so, although it's a good question to ask.
Great, thank you. Okay, we get another. Yeah, Miriam.
Thank you. I have a question on the consumers of products that are created by automated labor. And I'm specifically thinking about meat packing industry consumers. I read an article, I can't recall who wrote the article and when it was written, but it was about the situation of the workers in the meat packing district. And the person who wrote this article wanted to make a point on how bad the situation for the workers was. And the readers were like, wow, this is like the meat we consume, but this is not what we want because this is bad meat kind of, but they were not concerned about the life of the workers. And so the journalist who wrote it, he said, like, I wanted to apply to the consumers' hearts, but I accidentally punched them in the guts because they were just angry about what they were getting. And I feel like, is there a difference in how they perceived like this kind of work that came out from automated labor in relation to what we see today when consumers start to be more aware? At least some consumers are more aware, not all of them. But
Who else? Yeah, right there.
I was not first, I guess.
Oh no, that's okay. Go for it.
Yeah, thanks also from my side. I wonder do you know about any kind of practices of resistance during those, like in this 50s, 60s phases of mechanizing this informational work at IBM in the factories?
At IBM specifically.
I mean, this is what the pictures you were showing.
And then we got Joel, and then there's Rennie in the back.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was really fantastic. I guess my question is, do you think that your argument about this kind of narrative of automation playing to the detriment of labor power also applies to unpaid domestic labor in the 20th century? And I'm thinking specifically, now I'm not a historian, so I don't know if the word automation specifically was used in these contexts, but with the invention of a lot of household appliances that were marketed specifically to women, with this idea, with the washing machine, with this and that gadget, you can free up your time and go shopping and watch more TV and buy more makeup and so on and so forth. If there's some way in which your argument, is this also playing into the detriment of domestic labor in some way? Or is there a different story to be told there?
Should we take it up? Like I see Rennie.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So anyway, thank you for this really fantastic talk, all of which I agree with, I think. And I like how you've given, a very essential, argument from that historians of technology have. Sorry, this mic is acting up a little bit. About, separating the concept of social progress from the concept of technological change, right? Avoiding this sort of Whiggish notion of technology as always being good, always technological change always being good. And you said that workers should start telling stories about social progress in which technology is not in the driver's seat, but not there, right? That it's telling a story without technology. So I'm wondering what you, if we do that, if we're ceding technology to capitalists, right? To ceding technological change to them. So, for instance, in the after World War II and also during the Cold War, there were many unions and workers who, I forget the verb that they used, but who advocated for stopping doing military production and moving towards other forms of production, civilian production. With the machinists, it was we should stop exploring Mars and we should start doing solar energy in space, whatever, all these kind of things. Basically advocating for their own understanding of technological progress and industrial progress. And in what was usually called socially useful production, right? We should switch from whatever. That could mean different things. There were different ideas for it. What do you think about those kinds of attempts for workers to control technological progress?
Rishali? Very, very interesting questions. Do them in order. Oh, there's one more. Sorry.
There was one more.
Oh, my apologies, Ada, please. You sure? Yeah, you're referring to The Jungle, right?
Yeah.
The novel, yeah, and indeed it was a scandal at the time, and it was very frustrating that, an expose designed to shed light on worker abuse ended up just making people feel gross about their hamburger and when they were eating, and so the response was, the Food and Drug Administration as opposed to, like a unionization effort necessarily. However, the two are related, and I think where they could be kind of connected. This happened more in the 60s and the 70s, I suppose, is in a general condemnation of industrial society itself, right? That industrial methods are not healthy often, and that that link wasn't made in the early part of the 20th century, but it's something that could be made later on. And that there have been attempts to do just that, so that, and sometimes unions will talk that way, like teachers' rights are students' rights, that kind of thing. And that's been a very effective kind of counter to that. And I think actually, for a great example, like Cesar Chavez, the farm workers tried to make an attempt in that regard. IBM computer work resistance, that's an interesting question, There was a major movement that did affect this, and it was the women's movement around 1970 entered the office. And sometimes it took the form of labor-specific unions. This was specifically 9 to 5. Before the movie with Dolly Parton, which the movie's based on it, actually, loosely based on it. But it was a labor movement among clerical workers that started in the American Northeast. And there, I didn't say this too explicitly, but one of the reasons that it was necessary to bourgeoisificate automation was because those clerical workers unionized. And one of the reasons it was also possible is because when women unionized, they abolished the role of the office wife. This is important for computer workers because most computer workers at the time were women. And so among other things, besides doing punch card machines and such, they would also run out and get coffee and be sex objects for the male managers. It was a pretty disgusting work environment. And so when women destroyed that category of work, specifically the office wife, it all of a sudden became way more possible to regender other forms of work as well, including computer work. It became much more possible for men to do it. That's the first thing that makes me think. Unpaid domestic labor. The book is More Work for Mother by Ruth Schwartz Cohen, which is really good. And so the gist of that book is that the introduction of these appliances to save labor created more labor for women. And Susan Strasser has a book on this too. Oh man, what's the title of that one? They published them almost exactly the same time. Susan Strasser had a kind of a manifesto at the end of that book about what women should have done, which is just like, your house doesn't need to be that clean, is what she said. People should change standards of what the home should be, so you don't kind of fall into this trap of what, easier said than done. But okay, and then Rennie's question. Do we cede technology to capitalists? This is the question I was waiting for. I'll be honest with you, because I talked a lot of trash about technology up here today. And usually, especially on certain tendencies of the left, there's this idea, technological utopianism was originally a left-wing movement at the end of the 19th century. If you look at even someone like Marx, he's saying that literally the progress of industrial civilization will produce, the workers' state, and then that state will wither away. And it's not clear what any of us will be doing then, but it will be good. We'll be critical critics in the evening, right? And I could do that. And so to therefore say that we should drop technology from our, especially if you're a trade union movement, I don't mean to presume that all trade union movements are trying to bring about the workers' revolution. Although if you're not, I don't know what you're doing. No. Even though you might not be doing that, there's a question that it would seem that the fate of workers' progress would be tied to technological progress. And I just think that's a mistake. And the reason I think that is not just my gut, but maybe I've subscribed too much to the line of criticism from a different Marx, but Leo Marx, who has argued that technology is a hazardous concept. The origins of the idea of technology itself can be traced back to the Second Industrial Revolution, and that this is how capital sacralizes the idea of capital. It paints it as this thing of technology. There's a reason that ancient society didn't have a concept for technology. It didn't think of the built environment as a single unified inheritance that is somehow necessarily needs to be developed and controlled centrally. The alternative, though, and this is to your point, what are the machinists going to do, is that, I'm not William Morris here, sadly. It'd be great if he were here, who's just going to say that, the industrial apparatus will disappear, we'll all return to green cities and we'll be anarchists and love each other, which does sound nice. But we have inherited this industrial apparatus. And so actually I'd pose this as a discussion question for you folks, and I think it's very difficult to answer. Can you imagine the industrial apparatus as actually being consistent with an egalitarian, truly democratic society? I mean, I don't want to be a technological determinist here, but what industrial society does is it takes the means of production and it concentrates them into nodes of power. And in certain ways, it distributes access to it, right? It has all of these networks. But on the other hand, it's not like the libertarian notion of the 18th century, like the physiocrats or something. We can just broadly redistribute land. Everyone will be their own farmer. And, and then everyone will sort of be happy. Instead, we have this, built world that was designed to, as I was trying to say, be hierarchical, to be coercive, to be top-down. And we've seen that every socialist state that tried to deal with this problem ended up mimicking capitalism, right? Lenin brings in Taylorism because he thinks this is scientific management. And so I don't want to be a technological determinist, but I haven't actually heard the left too much on this issue of how you could make industrial society consistent. I mean, you had this movement at the beginning of the 20th century, someone like John Dewey and all, you can have industrial democracy. But actually, that's not so much something you hear too much about anymore. It seems to me, especially when we're talking about AI and changes to the means of production, that one might want to return this idea of what industrial democracy would look like. And I can't help but notice when John Dewey was doing it, he didn't say what industrial democracy is that in 10 years no one's going to work anymore. In 10 years will be the end of, the old antagonisms of capitalism will disappear. Instead, what he said is you have to treat every factory like a town hall, basically, and that you have to bring in the liberal arts to industrial culture. He had a different vision of it that was actually, now that I come to think of it, not particularly future-focused, not on new powers, but the old sort of ideas of democracy being brought in. But again, that was a road not taken. I don't know, I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but I guess what I'm saying is, yeah, technology is not a good idea for us, but it is the reality in which we live, perhaps. So we have to have some way of engaging with it. But my point being, on the other hand, is that I think to take the future out of technology and make the future something else, the question of what the future will not be a technical question. And you have to imagine the future. Imagine there wasn't going to be a major breakthrough in X, Y, or Z tomorrow. What would the future look like then? Or if we had to decide the future today with the powers we currently have, then what would it look like? And I think that's a more useful question for the left and for the labor movement than trying to anticipate some new glut of power.
Damn. That was good, Jason.
Oh, thanks, Richard. Thanks for having me.
Take the future out of technology.
Yeah.
And then put our future in there. The future that is actually determined by the labor movement and not the labor movement reacting to someone else's idea of what things are supposed to be.
Yeah, well put. Yeah, I like that.
Nice. I think we're pretty close to 10, but maybe we can have one or two. No? No question?
Just very, very quickly, because you partially answered to my question. Thank you very much for your inspiring talk. And my question was related to what are the powers that unions can use today in order to say no, if they want to say no. But it's not only the narrative of the employers or the story about technology that they have to fight against, but also the narrative or the policies of the state who are relying at the same time on the powers of the employers. So trade unions are found in this middle part in which there is in a sandwich position in which they have to fight upwards and downwards as well. So where in your experience, and you just answered, the powers lie on the old ideas of democracy, perhaps, but whether there will be something else from which we can learn from history that can help to say just no, and that's it. No compromise.
I mean, I think it's like, of course, the realities of actually being at the bargaining table are so very difficult. You're going to go up to your employer and be like, no to this technological change. You'll be laughed out of the room. I understand that. But I think the first step for labor unions, and it's actually what this conference is doing, and I kind of tried to mention this earlier, I was listening to some of the talks yesterday. I'm going like, oh my God, this guy's saying what I'm going to say tomorrow, you know. And instead of being frustrated, I was actually sort of heartened, which is to say that the labor movement will have a kind of a repertoire or portfolio of things that it knows to be true, so that when the employer comes and this says something that you know is not true based on history, based on everything that's happened before, like, we don't know what AI is going to do, but it might change. You'd be like, come on now. You know, come on, we know that's not the case. You know, we have our own, not our own set of facts, but we have a body of knowledge. And that, so my point being, I think in the middle of the 20th century, unions, like I said, weren't just, you know, rhetorically in a weak position. They were intellectually in a weak position.
Mm-hmm.
They did not know what these changes would be. They themselves were often technological utopians to a certain extent. They were intimidated by the technologies. They had trouble parsing them. They were always a few steps behind. And I think if they had had the ability to say, like, you know, we're not Luddites or anything, but come on, this is totally vague. This doesn't make any sense. We have a whole body of knowledge that says that's not true. I think that would have put them in a better position in negotiating. It would have compelled their employer or even the state to have to get specific and to articulate specifically what they mean and to change their projections. So now when an employer says, like, okay, we want to do a retraining scheme, let's say like that, that's a famous one, right? We're going to fire all you guys, but you'll all be retrained to do X, Y, and Z. You can be like, a union can be like, yeah, but in this past 75 years of retraining schemes, they've almost never ever worked. So why are you offering us garbage? You know, offer us something real. We'll take 10 million euros. You know, I don't know. It's something like that. And to have this body of knowledge would be a first step to trying to not let management be the one to articulate what reality is. And I think easier said than done, obviously. And I really don't mean to lecture the labor movement on how to be stronger. You know, we all are living in late capitalism under the neoliberal conditions. But anyway.
Okay, great. I promised you a thought-provoking talk, and here we had it. So Jason, thank you again very, very much for kicking us off today. Yeah, please join me in a round of applause.
Thank you, everybody.
And also, so very quickly, Ada asked me to also, I was supposed to give the closing remarks, but unfortunately I have to leave a little bit earlier. So Ada asked me to say a few things here and now. It's really been a pleasure organizing this conference with a great group of people, colleagues. And, you know, as it was said yesterday, this conference is the second iteration, right? It's Cyborg Workers 2.0. We didn't want to be cheeky. It's really the second in a series. So I want to end here in what is to be done, right? And I think we all aware we need more of these kind of exchanges, but then also not just exchanges and some good conversation, coffee and so on, but actually also putting it into practice. But organizing a forum like this one helps a lot. So the call goes out to people who are participating, who are speaking, who are here today to help us organize a third conference, a follow-up conference, basically, you know, become involved, get active, self-organize. Ideally, we were thinking about trying to get this to North, but wherever we can do it, it would be great. So if anyone is interested afterwards, please, you know, look out. We're going to put out a call trying to get a group of folks together to have a follow-up conference to continue this great conversation. It's really been a pleasure to be a part of, you know, this group, and I'm going to be involved, but very grateful for that, and you know, for 2 days of intellectual exchanges, and then hopefully also some action that comes out of that. So thank you so much. $10:20. We're going to be back here at 10:20.
So I'm going to share my slides in the Zoom.
No.
Yeah, we already.
You already negotiated with them?
Yeah, because I need to see them so I can hold my talk, because when I look down there, I cannot read what's on my slides.
Okay,
And then
okay.
it's like with the clicking and clicking here would be.
You start? No.
No.
Pierangelo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Miriam? You your affiliation?
I'm currently, this month, I have no affiliation. Just finished my PhD at the University of Münster, and I will start as a postdoctoral researcher at the Technological University of Norway, Trondheim, next month. So this month, I'm just, maybe I'm a bit confusing, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you for being here. I hope you had a nice discussion with Jason and the rest of the, thank you, the rest of the speakers and the participants. So we kick off the panel number 5 of this conference. We have 3 nice speakers as well that will continue the conversation on thinking beyond this black box in a way. Aspects of algorithmic management and the blockchain. And for that we have, in order of speaking, Pierangelo Blandino from the University of Lapland in Finland. Then we have here on my right Miriam Klopper from Germany. She has various affiliations. And then in the middle, Maria Laura Berglilito from the University in Complutense, the University of Madrid, the Complutense University. They will talk about aspects of algorithmic management and the blockchain. So I hope that you will have nice reflections, questions, and a nice conversation with them. So Pierangelo, you ready?
Yes.
Perfect. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having given me this opportunity to present today. And I would like to introduce some considerations on aspects concerning blockchain, labor conditions in the overall framework of technology. My presentation is articulated into 3 main parts. Basically, how blockchain functions. Then this function is related to Heideggerian Gestellen in order to build some connections with working related dynamics and legal dynamics, since law is the focus of my research. And then we can see together some possible solutions to overcome these issues when it comes to working conditions, possible regulatory framework, and new societal addresses. Concretely, it is interesting to know that, to see that basically blockchain consists of a distributed database, including the entire history of all the transactions having happened in the network. This is extremely important for the purposes of this presentation, in order to map also some aspects on privacy. As the keynote speaker noted before, the workers are continually under surveillance, under systemic surveillance, and that may hinder their personality as well as their productivity. Particularly, we can see these 6 points of tracing how blockchain works. It is very important, the point 3 and the point 5. Particularly the point 3, that there is the full visibility of all the transactions happening in the blockchain network, with the result, as point 5 outlines, of an indelible and transparent record of transactions. That this reflects the idea of exchanging values. I used in the first point, A wants to send money to B. That is basically because crypto assets are a digital representation of value according to European pieces of law and regulation, as well as newly issued state norms. I do refer to that of Qatar, issued in June 2024, also trying to integrate some possible legal categories into the discourse of law and technology. And it is interesting I'd like to relate the blockchain functioning to Heideggerian Gestellen, as it is a construct, and seeing resources and also human capability as mere resources to be exploited for consumption. And therefore, it is would like to point out, to establish a comparison with blockchain, with an unregulated use of blockchain, is that of an extractive resource, draining energy and resources from, in this case, workers or other contexts to which it may fit, since blockchain is a general purpose technology. And it's particularly important, this piece of literature, particularly for Professor Risse of Harvard, saying that Gestellen is an horizon of disclosure, as I was saying, that therefore everything matters as a resource, but of fundamental importance is the fact that Gestalt deprives us of any ability to stand in caring relation to things. That is crucial for the presentation because the relational paradigm are at the base of legal institutions, basically property and contract. Property basically is as its object what people deem of value in order to build their own societal frameworks. And let's consider, for instance, the medieval framework and also medieval culture. Everything gravitated around the soil, and therefore property is as the core. As well, contract implies as well another function, another construct that enable to transfer property or other resources. So in this sense, we can relate blockchain at the Gestalt in the framework of the Gestalt in relation also to working conditions as legally speaking contracts, forms of contracts, and overall society. Then it is interesting to note that blockchain, as a tool of production, could be related to, in turn, Gramscian alienation. That in turn, it is the result of Taylorism having arisen in the United States. And it consisted of breaking the psychophysical connection workers had with their own, the product of their work and their overall activity. And it is a particular interest to note that since blockchain is yes a technology, but it is already been noted, it is also a form of narration, having as object forms of control over people and resources in the overall framework of Gestalt as we see. Then it is interesting to note that technology is a narration grounded in history, since without an historical perspective on this phenomena, something would seem totally new and disruptive. However, Gramsci here refers, it is the continuation of the previous passage. Gramsci refers here to Taylorism, that it seemed new. However, it was the most recent phase of a long process that began with the rise of industrialism itself. So it's blockchain in this perspective could be related to all already existing dynamics concerning working conditions and under legal standpoint working contracts. And again, as artifacts, as form of constructions, algorithms are man-made artifacts based on human decision and cannot work purely objectively. We are now also in the literature, legal and economic literature. Technology is something termed as neutral. However, it is not, since it is the result of that historical process, having at its roots political motives and interest. And in summary, smart contracts are pieces of software automatically running blockchain networks that functions according to pre-specified settings or functions, and therefore they're intrinsically deterministic in their cause-effect relation. Since once a blockchain is activated, it cannot be stopped, and it does not take into account concrete circumstances that can jeopardize or put into peril persons and resources, etc. More properly, in this we can see this function in this hypothetical example of an automated arm running into a plant, and for instance, the algorithm is irrespective of any factual circumstance that may happen, therefore putting into risk the workers' conditions. And it is interesting to point out that algorithms are totally aseptic, and therefore they can, of course, for instance, hit or injure the workers. In this sense, it is possible to note that under an indirect point of view, algorithms are the result of that form of construction that could be traced back to Heidegger and Gestalt. And again, in keeping with Gramsci, it can be noted that along these frameworks, workers can be entirely excluded from production under the algorithmic deterministic functioning. And therefore, again, we could be, we can witness a new form of an alienation that I would like to perhaps label re-alienation in view of these technological developments that may hinder the human participation to working efforts or other kind of activities. And in this section, I would like to see some possible ways to mitigate these effects over society on the whole, especially when it comes to the work environment. And the smart city in a post-globalized world, as the one we live in, could represent a new, at least spatial paradigm where to inscribe new possible policing solutions to tackle these issues. Concretely, although as we can see from this quote from Sennett and other authors, although the concept of smart city is very vogue, embracing the technological dimension or the cultural dimension, even the knowledge dimension, also in an international parallel perspective, the smart city could temper the uncertainty surrounding crypto assets and the possibility of locating them in space to apply a given legal framework a party may choose, or at least give some direction on this discourse that is very vogue. And it is important to note that smart city imply, since we all live in cities, implies the use of collective resources. Let's consider, for instance, public transportation. Literature focuses on like Airbnb contracts, rental contracts. That implies a continuous shared use of a resource, in this case an apartment, and sharing as at the core of the reflection. In this sense, sharing can be seen as a paradigm to establish new possible solutions. Sharing in the wider meaning of the word, also as again like in the medieval framework. Let's put as, at least, of course, as a matter of perspective, the things at the center and the people gravitating around things in order to build new possible theoretical approaches to cope with these aspects. And in this sense, let's consider, for instance, a monument or a train station is something that we daily use, that on a micro scale, as per the previous example of the tenancy, can be the center over which community can build, and therefore the community can be seen as new motor over which to build new customary practices, at least oriented to give shape to new policies, of course also extending to the working condition. I think it is of particular value this passage from Max Scheler about the formalism from his main work. And it can be seen that how the community cares for itself and it's longing for. So this emotional side is very important. It defines the degree of complexity over which the below complexity for a community itself to define its belongingness to a given place. In this sense, it's interesting to see how especially in a smart city environment, how this value-based analysis can concur to define the type and complication of the community that in turn contribute to the establishment of new customary practices that can also be translated into policy for the working environment as well. And in summary, if we remember the previous slide at the beginning, the relational paradigm involving contracts, property, society in the end, it's interesting to see how justice can be regarded as the ideal relation among men, and thanks to values that in turn can be related and traced back to the very essence of a community that can be a urban community, a working community, a cultural community, as we are all today trying to reflect upon these possible developments, and therefore values can be put again at the center of the reflection. Concretely, I would like to point out that the Article 3, Paragraph 5 of the Treaty on the European Union, and in its relation with the wider world, the Union shall uphold and promote its values, interests, and contribute to the protection of its citizen, that on a macro scale that can be also used in a flexible way to applied also to the working environment when seeing the working environment as a community, adding and concurring to define the overall global community. In summary, a possible solution to temper, at least to try to temper the algorithmic determinism, could be an extension of this of the Section 15 of Illinois Public Act to realm of work. Basically, as the regulation tells us, this piece of regulation doesn't allow to apply blockchain technology to credit defaults or health insurance coverage in order to protect the privacy and therefore the identity of the individual. In this sense, when seen this piece of regulation against the possible example of the automatic arm in a plant, perhaps some blockchain technology could not be implemented in certain type of typology of works or tasks or prospectively tasks that could be automized in order to protect the overall dignity as well as the freedom of workers. And in the very end, that could concur this possible set of strategies that can cast a new light over the possibility of customary practice to become again a central format of the law when defining the working environment today. And again, these new possible strategies can also allow us to requalify a new power from a new angle, as well when considering power as a relational phenomenon of domination and subjugations. In this sense, the workers, when implementing the new possible set of customary practice, they may gain a new voice in when negotiating with employers, or at least on a general point of view at any level of society that could apply as well. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pierangelo. Now we have Miriam Klopper. You have the floor, please.
Great. Sharing my slides. Yes, great. Yeah, thank you for introducing me. I'm Miriam Klopper. I just finished my PhD at the University of Münster and will start a position as a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Trondheim next month. So this month, I'm just Miriam. Hello. And I'm very excited to share some insights into something I just have started to look into, some preliminary results on navigating bias and technostress, the impact of algorithm-driven systems on women in the workplace. When we say algorithms at work, then we're obviously not talking about ChatGPT and co. We're talking about systems that are designed for the workplace, where these systems are increasingly incorporated into all kinds of processes in various areas, such as administration, HR, or personal management. And a popular example for the latter one are so-called people analytics platforms, where the most popular example is Microsoft Viva, which constantly collects and analyzes employee-generated data. And following McCartney and Fu, I like to conceptualize people analytics as an ongoing process of collecting, transforming, and deploying workforce data to generate insights performed on varying levels of analytical capabilities. And the practices performed and conducted by these systems are often very invasive because they keep collecting every sort of digital traces of digital exhaust that we will generate when we use our computer, like login times, numbers of emails sent, our frequently contacted colleagues. All of this is digital exhaust that can be saved and collected and analyzed by these systems. But vendors of people analytics and also organizations who use it claim that these can enhance fairness, employee well-being, and productivity, which then in turn is supposed to decrease stress levels. Microsoft Viva, the most popular example, by now has like 66 million active monthly users, which is a lot. And I would not refer to people who are analyzed by a platform as users, but this is what Microsoft says, so we're going with this. And 66 million people is a lot. And this is just one tool. So Microsoft Viva is part of the Microsoft 365 environment, which most of us have on our working computers. And this now also features so-called generative AI, most prominently Microsoft Copilot, which is a productivity assistant, just like ChatGPT, but designed for the workplace, which you can use to, for instance, summarize your emails or summarize your Teams calls, just basically everything, but Microsoft goes beyond this and tells us we can use this for everything throughout our organization. For instance, they say you can use it to enhance your legal advisory services and just efficiently draft and format your documents, because why not? And you can also use it for risk management, like you can use it for everything. And when you now say, well, I'm a regular person, this doesn't concern me because I'm not going to draft my legal documents using generative AI, why would I? Well, bad luck, because Microsoft added a feature in the people analytics tool to track now if you're using their generative AI tool, because generative AI costs a lot of money in the development, and now they want to see if you are going to use this. So yeah, they not only track how much you adopt Microsoft Copilot as a company, they also track in what kinds of apps you use Microsoft Copilot. On the left here you see you can use it in Teams, in Outlook, and Word, or just as a regular Copilot chat like you would use ChatGPT. Yeah, and you see here also that this is what Microsoft gives us on their website. Sorry, and this is like the clear full names of the team leads who use these systems. I'm so sorry. Air condition always very bad for me. So and then you can see the meetings. You can see also that you can see different groups compared in their usage rate of Microsoft Copilot, so that the team leads can compare groups who use generative AI against teams who do not use generative AI. Thank you so much. So yeah, this is quite invasive, and I feel like it justifies the question, how does this impact women and techno-stress at the workplace? And to look into this question, I conduct a hermeneutic literature review following the guidelines provided by Böll and Cici Kecmanovic. And I entered my initial idea, which I just presented, and I'm currently like in the first iteration of my search and acquisition circle, where I did not only look at literature, but for now I mostly looked at the information provided by Microsoft itself, and I perceive attending this conference today as part of my critical assessment, because I really like to hear what you all think about this, so I can reiterate with your critical assessments. When we look at related work on the use of generative AI, it all just deploys to ChatGPT. Like we see a lot of research that focuses on ChatGPT usage among academics, as well as teachers, school pupils, and university students. And the rapid rise of ChatGPT specifically, like it gains a lot of attention. Information systems, the discipline I'm from, for instance, 43 professors came together and wrote an article just on ChatGPT. And this is just one specific vendor, one specific system. So this is a lot of attention on one system. And overall, studies indicate that the use of ChatGPT varies across different groups. And it's very different for people with different social backgrounds or with different age or gender. And we see that higher educated and younger age will contribute to a higher usage rate of people analytics of ChatGPT. But this is especially the population that is not included in the studies we currently conduct, because we look at academics and university students. So it's interesting. And also women are more concerned about reliability of results of ChatGPT compared to men, and they fear general over-reliance on the systems compared to men. Also, they are friendlier to ChatGPT. So women apparently say thank you and please when they ask a question, men do not. So it's very interesting. But yeah, women also, like in these lesser researched areas of people like who not in academia, women in other jobs tend to not want to interact with ChatGPT as much as men do. So it's quite interesting that there's this lack of research on this. I introduced techno-stress as a lens to look at this, and I followed Tarafta Raghunathan and Raghunathan from 2007 with a very established approach to look at techno-stress. Basically, it's stress caused by the inability to cope with information communication technology, ICT demands, and results from imbalance between perceived demands and personal capabilities, which can lead to anxiety, fatigue, dissatisfaction, and decreased productivity. So basically the opposite of what ChatGPT or other generative AI tools want us to have. Key causes of techno-stress, and mind you, this is a paper from 2007, which they are talking on. So they talked about emails and bringing your work computer home with them. So, but constant connectivity and feeling always on call and under supervision is so much more emphasized when you use like generative AI tools and people analytics. So your work-life boundaries might be blurred, which can lead to stress and reduced productivity. The second cause is rapid technological change, where a lot of upgrades require continuous learning, and then imagine you want to learn something, but you are supervised while you're learning this. You cannot just play around with the tool, because you are supervised on how you use this tool and how effective you use this tool. So you will maybe just not even learn how to use it properly for your own needs. And also it's increasing complex, so that the overwhelming technical jargon, complex systems, I think this is something we heard in the talk last night, which can just lead to errors and inefficiencies that arise due to a lack of clear understanding. For instance, if you think that you can use generative AI to draft a legal document, then I think that is a clear lack of understanding going on. So that is a problem. I also introduce Adorno's critique of capitalist rationality, and to be fair, it's not only Adorno I'm relying on, also rely on Horkheimer, obviously, but basically both of them are central figures of the Frankfurt School, focusing on critique of society and its structures, particularly capitalism and its effects on individuals. And in their work, especially in the Dialectic of Enlightenment, which I like a lot, they critique the instrumentalization of reason, the belief that rationality and technological progress automatically lead to liberation and prosperity, but in fact, they often result in more control, alienation, and domination. And Adorno's central argument here is that instead of emancipation, the increasing rationalization of life through technology and bureaucracy leads to new forms of domination and uniformity. And uniformity is especially something that I'm interested in. And basically, Adorno's critique here is that society is increasingly permeated by a rational, efficient logic that deprives individuals of autonomy and freedom. And in capitalism, reason is used to optimize and sustain the system, not to liberate people. I think we are all agreeing on this. So, and if we now look at generative AI in this whole concept, we see that how in Adorno's concept of the administered world, he describes a society governed by technical systems, bureaucracy, and economic efficiency. And it's a world where the individual is not seen as a subject, but as an object of systems, and algorithms and AI in the workplace can be seen as embodiments of this administered world very well. And they can take control over decisions regarding individuals like hiring, performance assessments, monitoring, whatever, in a manner that appears rational, but in reality reproduces existing power relations and biases. So it's clearly not rational, but we think it's rational, so we do it. So, and now, as I said, I'm not finished with my literature review, but I started a preliminary critical reflection sense-making of this, where I start to map out overlooked challenges for women in a changing digital landscape. And the first kind of thing that I mapped out is uniformity. I feel like when we look at this, we see that we are rationalizing women out of the picture. Generative AI, so this is the findings I found from the website on Microsoft, and I looked at them from how can this contribute to uniformity, to biases and stress. Generative AI may suggest more male-typical phrasing in emails and reports, reinforcing gendered communication norms, subtly pressuring women to change and changing them out of the picture. Women may spend more time correcting AI-generated content that fails to reflect their tone, expertise, or intent, which leads to invisible labor for women, more invisible labor. If Copilot summarizes meetings based on implicit biases, it may overlook women's contributions or reinforce outdated gender roles. And Copilot's automated document drafting and email replies could blur authorship, making it harder for women to receive proper recognition. And as AI-driven monitoring replaces organic workplace interactions, women may lose access to informal mentoring, a critical pathway for career advancement, which I think especially those in academia know how critical it is to have a mentor. So, and if you lose this, you could lose your whole career. Yeah. So this is all very critical, I think, and it's quite important to stay focused on the linguistics here, because this is like it. I specifically say it's just more male-typical phrasing. I think it's important to say that this is maleness, not masculinity. Like women are never, getting anything from appearing masculine in this kind of workplace settings. It's specifically that maleness is rewarded, not masculinity. Yeah. So preliminary results from my findings on women work stress and Gen AI, I think I'm quite confident that I can say generative AI holds the potential to increase techno stress for all employees, specifically though for women and other marginalized groups. We see significant gaps in the research literature. First of all, there's little research done on generative AI beyond ChatGPT. And generative AI in traditional organizations but lower educational levels is just not discussed. And we see a uniformity that is arising from this and a pseudo-rationality that is perpetuated by generative AI at work, and this needs so much more critical evaluation. And yeah, with this, I'm through. I say we need more research on this, more critical research. The next thing I'm going to do is obviously finishing my literature review. Then I'm conducting a survey on this in a institution and specifically look at how women in the real life perceive this and if my hypothesis holds true. And I thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to the discussion. And if you have more questions, please feel free to drop me an email or message me on Mastodon. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Miriam. This was very interesting start of your work, which is already very robust. So looking forward to the continuation. And with that, after blockchain and ChatGPT, let's go to algorithmic management. Maria Laura, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to stay here. Our work deals with the limits to the regulation of algorithms. It's an interdisciplinary work with my colleagues Pablo López Calle, Associate Professor in Sociology of Work, and Antonio Ramírez Melgarejo, Senior Lecturer in Sociology of Work. I'm a Senior Lecturer in Labor Law. So our work deals with labor relations and collective rights, and especially with platform workers. Over the past decade, algorithms in human resource management have been applied across various sectors: high technology, services, food delivery, careering and transport, production processes, including parent companies, subsidiaries, digital platforms, subcontractors, temporary agency work and independent contractors, and employment types and qualifications: scale jobs, high-scale jobs, low-scale jobs, permanent contracts and fixed-term contracts. So our proposal is, or our view starts from the point that if there is a proposal to negotiate better labor conditions in collective bargaining, what are the challenges in regulating algorithms in the workplace, and what are the maybe the limits or boundaries of the limitation of the legal system when it comes to regulating algorithms in a meaningful or effective way. So our point of view deals with the tensions between a case study, which my colleague is conducted in a logistics sector near to workers which work near the port of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and legal questions. First of all, platform workers in the logistic area near the port of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, our case study, and the legal question is if legal and collective regulation is possible, or which boundaries are there here. Okay, the case study deals with workers, platform workers in the logistics sectors. It was an empirical research conducted in the logistics area next to the port of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, inside of a project with the Labour Ministry of Spain. More than 100 interviews and ethnographic fields were mapped to workers' employment conditions and to observe working conditions managed by business automatic decision-making algorithms. It's the case study with two main publications, and whose outcome we'll try to present here. The first and the second publication is available, online. What is the employment and working conditions that they observed? First of all, recruitment system. The four main pillars of the study. What is the recruitment system? In which sense the internationalization of markets, expansion, and the improvement of the infrastructure deals with the working conditions, the transformation of the labor market in Europe, new business entities and employment contracts to move migrant workers. It is the research deals with specifically Spanish migrant workers which work in the logistics sector near the port of Rotterdam, and technology employed, automation in HR management project. So the research observed highly variable working conditions, including long working hours, low pay, extended unpaid periods of availability. In the research field, they observed that workers are employed under weekly flexible contracts with fixed-term contract in phase A. It's a type of contract, which means that temporary employment contracts and clauses require workers to be available, but they do not guarantee a fixed number of working hours per week. We observed that pay is or was proportional to the hours worked, and that algorithms determined weekly contract renewals and schedules according to business service requirements. So the main question was that we are now observing here about the outputs of HR management algorithms. What are the parameters scheduled inside of it in order to determine which workers are going to be renewed and which not? So the interviews conducted to workers did not lead to transparency, no clear conditions, because some parameters were linked according to their impressions to age, residence, training, skills, productivity ratios, warnings, no-shows, types of employment, but also the demand about workers' recruitment, working hour, the task assignments, the warnings, and the deactivation or dismissal. potential. So there was no a clear relation between the output of the algorithm and the renewal or not of the working of the contracts and a schedule or not or some hours to workers, and that was very impressive for us because higher qualifications and experience were not linked to more working hours, were not linked to higher pay, were not linked to contract renewals. Instead, some factors, in some cases, seem to negatively impact on workers' ability to negotiate better employment and working conditions. So the algorithm that was used in order to manage these working conditions is called Isabel. And that's what we saw. We observed that algorithms assigned weekly contract renewals and work hour schedules in accordance with the service business request, of course. We observed that that the output of the management algorithm was the product of scale-related parameters and operations, which included some values, some parameters, but that there were no clear assignments and relations between one another. So we hypothesize that it was a machine learning applied to HR management learning from past data without explicit instruction and replicating efficient decision based on past result, apparently not based on merit, apparently not based on productivity rates, on qualifications, on the experience. But what was clear was that the outcomes were neither transparent nor clear. In the case study, we tried to put some tensions between the case study observed and the legal questions about the possible boundaries and limits linked to the algorithm regulation. First of all, is it possible a definition of international labor standards for platform workers in an effective way? Which proposals can be advanced by collective trade unions to negotiate better labor conditions in collective bargaining, including the negotiation of parameters? What are the limits of law to regulate algorithms effectively? The boundaries or limitations in the legal system when it comes to regulating algorithms in a meaningful or effective way. And from a multi-level legal perspective, we observe that the EU and the states intervene bothly in order to trying to regulate working management through algorithms by means of two directives. The first, at least the first directive is the directive of European Parliament and Council on transparent, predictable working conditions, and the second one is the EU directive on improving working conditions in platform work. The second EU directive underlies two main points: the employment status and the algorithmic management. So they are two possible ways to trying to regulate working conditions when working conditions are linked to the determination of algorithms and in a first sense individual rights to information, transparency and working conditions have been developed in the EU regulation, in the EU legal regulation, and on the other hand the collective rights. In which sense? Which kind of collective rights? Collective rights to information. It is to manage related to the introduction of substantial changes in the use of automated monitoring system or automated decision-making system. It is a right to be informed and the right to be consulted. But there's also the regulation introduced by the directive to be assisted by an expert of their choice. But the two main points, human oversight of automated monitoring system or automated decision-making system and human review of the automated decision makes a point in the sense that if written motivation is effective or can be effective to protect workers' rights when decisions are made by a machine learning algorithm. It is, we have built a regulation linked to the individual rights to be protected from discrimination, to individual rights linked to privacy, basically, to the right to be informed about the usage of personal data, the collective rights in order to have access to those information to be informed, to be consulted, and to negotiate is possible. But in machine learning algorithms which define labor conditions and schedules on the basis of parameters which improve from past learnings and reproduce efficient past decisions, the reader motivation and the rationality linked to the decision of the algorithm, our question is if it is effective, if it is an effective way, or if it is going to be linked to a double narrative, the narrative of the company and the narrative of workers' representatives, in order to know much more about the decision system linked to the adoption of some decisions. According to collective rights, yes, the first level or the first ground of the legal regulation maybe can be linked to the possibility of intervening in a collective agreement by making force of strike and of other collective rights in order to improve labor conditions. We try to imagine in transportation platforms some examples of how parameters can be negotiated by both by work councils and the company. But nevertheless, in the above all in the implementation of machine learning algorithms, we found out some boundaries of regulation. Firstly, challenges in regulating algorithms in the workplace. What are the boundaries or limitations in the legal system? Do transparency, duty, and reader motivation effectively protect workers' rights when HR decision-making or recruitment decisions are handled by a machine learning algorithm? Is the norm intended not to be applied, maybe, or simply to reproduce a management narrative which can be contrary to that one of workers' representatives, and or in which sense can we enter into this kind of rationality and decision-making? Has legal framework a limited effectiveness on social dumping when the process of production is organized at international level with different legal frameworks and companies moving throughout the world? Is legal framework able to detect the entity responsible to protect workers? Because one of the things that we observed is that there's a long chain of contractors and subcontractors hiring this workforce. So they are almost big companies are almost empty companies of workers because the externalization is linked to the outsourcing of hiring workers. So workers are not hired by the big tech or by the factory, but they are managed and they are hired by temporary agency work. That's why that's another way of mobilizing workforce in the EU. So is this legal framework, or can be this legal framework effective at the end of finding out who is the legal, the entity legal responsible for workers' rights? And this rationalization of decisions affecting employment and working conditions, on one hand, and workers' ability to audit and demand explanation. Is when arbitrariness in personal management is observed. As always, is it been the case? Does it reveal a contradiction? I mean, does it reveal a contradiction? The obligation of rationalizing decisions affecting employment, which at the end are based on the arbitrariness of the employer. Finally, we propose that maybe legal system and legal boundaries are difficult to deal with, but need a strong organization of workers at international, EU, and workplace level is needed in order to exercise collective rights and in order to trying to negotiate better labor and working conditions and present social changes in this scenario, which is quite complex. So our final question is how to intend a global approach to workers' rights in the sense of the internationalization of workers' organization, but maintaining a strong belt with domestic level. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Laura, and the three of you for having this convergent approaches to the different technologies or manifestations of the technology. Now the floor is yours, audience, to raise some interesting questions and interact with our panel. You have the floor. Yes, please, Sarah. Philip, Sarah.
Okay,
and,
sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Philip.
Hi.
Just to remind you, Philip, can you please just say your name
Yes,
and
of course.
your affiliation, just for us to know who's
hi
asking
everyone.
the question?
I'm
Thank
Philip
you.
Freeman from the European Transport Workers Federation. This is a question for Maria Laura because, logistics is one of the sectors we cover and is obviously one of the sectors with the sort of one of the pioneering sectors for this sort of technology. When the slide about Isabel, you said there was the decisions weren't related to worker performance, productivity, merit. I was just wondering, as an employer, why would you implement a system that didn't even for your own self-benefit? Why wouldn't you make a system that rehired the most productive workers and fired? There's a logic that it doesn't make sense to me there. That's it. Thanks.
And maybe here. We can collect 3 if you don't mind, and then we.
Hi, my name's Sarah, and I'm from the Trade Union Advisory Committee to the OECD. I had a question for Miriam, which maybe I already know the answer to, but I found the point about uniformity and also techno stress on women, and you mentioned other marginalized groups, really interesting and something that I haven't seen much on. And I was just wondering if you knew if there's any research out there at this stage, or if it's in the pipeline regarding how these issues apply to other marginalized groups. And I'm thinking as a specific example, LGBTQI, and I think this would be particularly pertinent and interesting to explore in a context where there's a big backsliding on diversity and inclusion within the tech industry. I think there's an intersection there that's quite concerning. Thanks.
I'm Sophia from Hafen City University, Hamburg. Thanks from my side. I also got a question for Maria Laura. How did you, what was the relation with the unions in this research? How could you ensure access to those workers, as they are often in precarious conditions? And were you in contact with unions, labor unions, and what kind of reflections came out of these relations?
Okay, we can take that and then collect up more questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you. What I was saying is that the only parameters linked to the renewal of workers is not productivity. It is neither had to be high skilled or not. It is not the productivity rate. So there's no a clear relation between the renewals of contracts or the schedule and the productivity rates of workers, their skills, etc. That's why it looks like algorithm or its parameters are neither transparent nor clear, because some very productive workers, or they say, at least because we have interviewed them, with high productivity rates do not have renewals the next week. They do not have more hours assigned the next week. So they cannot find out the relation between the way they work and their labor conditions. If they have a renewal, if they don't have a renewal, if they have more scheduled hours or not. Because the scheduled hour is fixed weekly, and there's no a minimum flow of hours that these types of contracts, it's a contract of phase A, they say, assigns to workers. And according to the basis from which they are paid only for the hours worked, there are weeks in which they have negative salaries. They are not paid, and they have to pay a rent in their state. So I hope I have answered the question. And according to the relations with trade unions, they are not highly syndicalized workers. They are not affiliated because they are weekly workers. They are Spanish, in their majority, they are Spanish migrant workers, which are hired by a temporary agency work and which are sent to work in Rotterdam in the logistics sectors. That's why that they don't have a clear geographical races, because they are hired in one country and they are hired to be used in another country of the European Union. So although the research has been published in a publisher from trade unions, so trade unions and Spanish trade unions are interested in trying to enter into that workplaces. It's almost difficult because of the state of employment, because of their contracts, because of their labor conditions, because of their employment conditions. And that's a great deal for all trade unions trying to put pressure and negotiate better working conditions from that side, at least, as historically it was.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for your question. I think it's a good question because there is actually not much research on this topic. And maybe related, there are some hiring algorithms that are not text-based but video-based, and they will analyze the hiring videos. And I think it's only legal in the US and maybe some other, but not in the EU. But there are video-based algorithms that will allegedly try to tell you if your potential candidate is gay from their facial features, which is obviously so unscientific and bullshit and obviously wrong on so many levels. But this is going on in the US, and this is something that companies use. And I would just say this contributes to stress, obviously, but there's no research on this. But you see on research on people analytics specifically, like that these tools can, for instance, when you use them even in Europe, that they can, cause problems for people who conduct prayer breaks, for instance, like on different religions, because you go out and have a prayer break and it becomes more visible. The same with smoking breaks, like everything you do outside of work, or when you are pregnant, for instance, and you go to the bathroom more often, for instance, like all of these things you might not want to share with your employer and which are none of the employer's business for now, that you might not want to share, you have to share now because they will find it out anyways. And this is quite problematic, but there's not much research on how this contributes to stress specifically. But the problem with the uniformity is that uniformity also will lead to less engaging in unionizing or in workers' council activities. And these are the kind of protections you need to prevent these systems being installed in the first place. But once the system is in place, you kind of lose the means to engage in work that helps you to protect yourself against it. So it's quite a vicious cycle. So, yeah. I hope this kind of answers the question.
Richard, you have a question there, and maybe some others, if you would like to raise your hand over there as well. We take 3 more and then back to the speakers.
Thank you. This is also to Miriam. This very interesting point you made about the maleness of the language being used to communicate with these generative AI tools. There's research done on what this does to children and talking to devices like Alexa, where you no longer say please and thank you, but you basically have this commando kind of language. So that was very interesting to hear that, and I wanted to hear a little bit more what the research says about that. But then I also had this question about the metrics of productivity, which is sort of connected a little bit to the previous question, which is where are these metrics coming from? What are they assuming? What kind of ideal worker do they have in mind? Is this like a male worker? Is this, a heterosexual worker? Is this in terms of religion? That was very interesting. So just what you were able to find out there, I would be interested in.
Yeah. The question over there, Penny, if you may.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you for all the interesting talks. I also had a question for Miriam. I was wondering, especially in light of Ursula Hugh's keynote yesterday, I can imagine kind of these kind of conclusions being reappropriated by, like, through technological fixes, and that you get these, kind of feminist AI design fixes, and this commodification and digitization of feminism. So I was wondering, are you aware of any of these, like, AI technologies that are, like, so-called feminist, and also how to frame this kind of critique or research in a way that isn't appropriated by these, like, technological fixes and just becoming this cyclical problem or contributing to the problem.
Becky, over there.
Thanks, Becky Smith from IBM. Thank you for the interesting presentations. I had a question for Miriam as well. You mentioned, I think at some point, that the use of AI tools or algorithmic management actually lowered the possibilities for mentoring of staff, of women in particular. And I'm interested in that because internally we see just the opposite, actually, because where we've integrated those kind of tools in our kind of career progression programs, we've really integrated them to kind of gather the data. So because our HR managers are not having to do that job anymore, they have more time to do the mentoring part of the job. So I'm just interested to understand a bit more where that analysis came from. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm starting with Richard's point. Thank you. First of all, I think people are engaging in rough tones with Alexa because Alexa obviously is a woman, and women are like a domestic servant, and so they just don't think they should say please or thank you, and this is obviously a problem. But when we see this kind of maleness in the voice, or in the kind of how people analytics software looks at, I don't know, like the email tone, like when it does a sentiment analysis and you look at what is the tone of this. I'm not quite sure, but I think the problem is not that someone thought, oh, this is how it should be, but that only men were included in the process of, like, generating this and did not think about other groups. I think worldwide, like 20% or 21% of AI developers are women, and I think these voices are just not heard, and you don't think of otherness. Otherness is like, Simone de Beauvoir coined this very nicely, and I think the woman as the other is just not recognized. Like, they build a system where they don't even think that this could be different, and they say, like, this is how we communicate, and these are the words that we use. And you find even, like, there's systems, for instance, in suicidal hotlines, which is quite interesting, because in suicidal hotlines they also have now sentiment analysis, and apparently it's quite interesting that people who are really in need of help use different words than people who just want attention, for instance, and you can really easily help and separate this and really get to the people who need help. But women and men use very different words when they really need help, or when they need attention. So it's very different. But if you don't care for these differences, you cannot help the woman, no matter that you have now a technology that can, in theory, recognize a problem earlier than a person might do. So that's problematic. And if you have this in the workplace and you see that, I don't know, like generative AI will summarize your meeting and it will just eliminate the female tone from it, and women who communicate in a female tone will maybe write a handwritten report, and supervisor will read this and be like, what is this? This is like really wrong. This is not what I want to read, because you get used to that the maleness is like the default. Because, I mean, the male people also already think that the maleness is the default, but now, like, everyone else who reads this is like, yeah, this is the default. This is how it should be. It should all be like this. No more please and thank you. We need to be like this. And then, I don't know, we can come up with, like, horrible anti-feminist phrases like girl bosses or whatever, and be like, girl bosses don't need to say thank you or please, and I hate that. And because there's no need for women to become like men, it's the otherness that how de Beauvoir described it that is important, but it gets erased. And I don't think it's something they did on purpose. I think it's just an accident because they just didn't care about that there was something else. Yeah. And what was the next question? Feminist AI. I can point you to the research of Eva Gengler, who is a doctoral researcher at the University of Nürnberg-Erlangen in Germany. And she specifically founded a startup for feminist AI research. And she does a great job, actually. And she's very active, and she talks a lot about this. And she's an information systems researcher as well. And she has a background in computer science, I think, from a master's degree. And she is actually developing a feminist AI system where she points out that sometimes a system might be biased, but the bias is needed. Like it's when we had the talk from Siobhan, I think yesterday, when she talked about that there are different kinds of diversity, but you need to acknowledge this diversity. And if you just take the bias out, the system might not be more fair. Because if you take, for instance, if you want to hire, if you want to use people analytics, generative AI, whatever, to hire a computer scientist, I mean, it is fair to say that there are a lot more men being computer scientists and a lot more men who started programming when they were like 10, I don't know. And it's like taking this bias out is not reflecting the real world. But it would be fair to say, okay, that more men are statistically more able to be computer scientists. We see more men being computer scientists. Maybe this is not a bias, it is the real world. But if you don't take this bias out, then I mean you still don't represent the truth, but you represent chances. So sometimes it's like sometimes it's needed to take out the reality to actually create something new and better. And then I mean you create a bias in favor of the woman in this instance, or in favor of another marginalized group. But it is needed to create this bias so we can progress and advance. Yeah, and Eva Gengler, look at her. And the next question was from you. I think it is actually a difference if you implement a people analytics system by yourself and build it and design it for the needs of your company, or if you are just going to buy a system by Microsoft that is like a one-size-fits-all system. I think that makes a huge difference. We see a lot of like small teams of developers who really, I don't know, work with HR, and in the most instances they don't even use like artificial intelligence. They just have more advanced approaches to, I don't know, use the data that is already there, that HR already collected in huge Excel sheets over the years, and this is what they use. But if you rely on the approaches that you can buy on the market, which is just one tool. Microsoft Viva is just by now 66 million people who are subjected to this, which is a lot. And these people, if you see that they have, I mean, they will be assessed by an algorithm. And the algorithm in this instance, I think specifically Microsoft Viva, I mean, I just don't like Microsoft. I think that's maybe one part of the problem. But it's like, the algorithm will serve as a kind of mediator between the manager and the employees, which is because you just, as a manager, you might just see the data. You see the data, but you don't see maybe a further need to communicate with the employee about this because you just have the data. And you feel like this data will be correct because you might be a manager who has not learned to engage with statistics, I don't know, ever in their life, which is surprisingly often the case. And you see these people and they just see like, okay, this is statistics, I'm going to do this, and I'm not going to consult anyone about this because I'm a manager, whom should I ask? And then that's a problem. And this is how people lose access to mentoring because, I don't know, it's like this kind of self-fulfilling prophecy circle, like when the tool says you or tells you this is the ideal candidate, and a manager might not even, I don't know, think about this and might not think like, why, yeah, this might not be truth, but they act on this and they will give this person more access to, I don't know, to training. They will give them more money. They will give them whatever. And then in the end, this person will be the best person, but we don't know if the algorithm was right in the first place in saying this is the best person, or if this is now the best person because we gave them all the resources to learn how to be the best person. So we don't even know if it's really necessarily true what the algorithm says, but by working as a mediator, it resolves the need for true mentors because the algorithm solves this kind of in the mind of managers who rely on these systems too heavily. So if you are a small team designing your own algorithms for this, I think you might get around this problem. But if you buy this huge corporate tools like Microsoft Viva, don't buy it, then that is problematic, I think. More problematic.
All right, and I have a question for Pierangelo. Pierangelo, you said that if you don't have any questions, maybe in the meantime, I I take 2 minutes to make a question to Pierangelo. You mentioned the framework of smart cities, right?
Yes.
And the need to have policies to protect workers in these new environments. I don't know where, if even in Brussels or in Belgium, we have a smart city. I think Antwerp might be a smart city, or Leuven is in.
Yes, it depends.
Yeah. So my question is, what type of policies do you think, or do you have in mind, that are necessary to protect workers in this type of new environments?
Yes, basically smart cities are, in my mind, the outcome of the global governance dynamics having emerged at the end of the 80s. And the smart cities emerge as the technological output giving rise to this new spatial referent that can frame the legal discourse into the new very fluid part. As we saw in the case of Spanish workers, it is very difficult to frame which is the applicable law of reference to qualify relevant pieces of regulation. And on our perspective, the smart city can become a new also normative pole, enhancing new possible frames of regulation. Concretely, it depends. The definition of these policies can be the result of concurring factors, including but not limited to, of course, the UNERC work, but also, as I pointed out in the slides, perhaps the emergence of new customary practices as something spontaneous. Basically, for time constraints, I did not have the chance to in-depth inform you about the fact that, for instance, we can establish a comparison between Middle Ages and contemporary age by the fact that there is no anymore a central regulator, which is the state, which was to use the state as before the advent of these technological developments, and therefore the smart city can become a new neutral space where new kinds of regulation can emerge. Practically, behind these speculative thoughts, we can point out the fact that, as we see, for instance, in technology, or when it comes to the taxation of investments, there can be smart city can be incentivized to promote a more flexible regulation for workers. In this sense, there could be as it happens now from another angle to crypto assets, where states are competing in drafting the best policy, the more flexible one to attract investments. In parallel, we may witness the same trend when it comes to the crafting of working protection policies in order to grant the better condition for works, and indirectly to multinational organizations to invest in these smart cities as new poles where to establish their plants or productive units. And I think it could be the sum of concurrent factors.
Oh, great. Okay. Interesting. We have just a couple of minutes yes, please, Stefan. You have the floor.
Maybe also a question regarding Pierangelo and your work on blockchains. First of all, we have funded some projects on. My name is Stefan Lücking from the Research Foundation of the German Trade Union Confederation, and we funded some projects on blockchains, and all the cases they have researched have failed. So I don't know what's the impact of blockchain in the world of work, but what is interesting is that it's a fundamentally libertarian concept. And I think with regard to the world of work, maybe it's the aim is to reverse the argument of cohesive with regard to the nature of the firm, that transparency costs are a reason why people are working together in firms and not only just by individual contracts. And blockchain might be a means to organize work by smart contracts and not by collective organization, which also gives the opportunity for collective counter-organization by trade unions. And another point with regard to blockchain is a difference a difference between regulative rules or power and generative power. It's a difference introduced by Ori Schwartz, sociologist. And regulative power is what is done in bureaucracies, where there are standardized rules for work, but you have to understand these rules, and you can apply if you think your supervisor doesn't act to the rules. And generative rules are what algorithms and blockchains do. They are just rules implemented in technical algorithms. And what does this change in the organization of work?
Okay, no, thank you very much. It's a very complex question entailing. So, do you want to take other questions, or I don't remember the
I
three
think
questions?
this might be the last one, unless someone has a burning question. So, Pierangelo, you have the final words.
Very complex question, very articulated. That is perhaps my observation cannot fulfill the breadth of the question. I think that I omitted to do a macro classification of blockchain networks. They are basically divided into permissioned blockchains and permissionless blockchain networks. The latter is that of Ethereum, so the one basically more related to the libertarian ideology that perhaps is regarded to as a leverage over which to subvert established paradigms. In contrast, there are permission blockchain that can be much more related to the discourse on bureaucracies and could be traced back to the cause theorem, final cause theorem of efficiency, seeing that perhaps striking a balance between property and contract as means with which the enterprise, the organization, fulfills and maximizes their productivity. Overall, by keeping this possible distinction in mind, we can say, I think, we say that blockchain could work in the framework of smart city, can be, downgraded as a tool and not anymore as a constraint over workers when it concurs with existing regulations, including, of course, but not limited to that of work. As it could be as law and technology, they are both artifacts, and as the keynote speaker individuated, they are narrations. So they are not inherently neutral. In this sense, under a practical standpoint, I think that it is up to the balance, to the concurrence of the diverging factors unifying technological artifacts, their corporation, and therefore workers and labor organizations, to find a new path over which to the literature speak about to harness also to hinder as well the deterministic risks of technology. Practically, this could be a new point wherein there could be a new moment wherein new negotiation could take place at a macro level in order to individuate new possible guidelines that could be, in my mind, customary practices, as they are more flexible to state norms, and they are much more. Their application is wider than that of a state norms. That in turn, as we saw recently, sometimes state norms hinder the development of technology, and as well, on the other hand, the technology is adverse to law. In this sense, with the flexibility of customary practices, there could be a new balance to harmonize these aspects, since we cannot anymore renounce to technology, and this could be, although speculatively, a new possible path of action.
All right, and with that, I think that we deserve to stretch our legs and get some coffee. So let's thank the speakers one more time. Let's meet back at around 11:55 for the panel number 6, Disrupting the AI Revolution, moderated by Joel. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Very nice.
Hello? Yes, it's on. All right, folks, let's get started. If you could make your way to your seats, that would be great. My name is not Magdalena Maleka, as written on the program. Unfortunately, she fell ill and was unable to make it to the conference in person. So I will be moderating the panel in her place. My name is Joel Bach. I am a lecturer in philosophy of technology at Old Dominion University. I'll just briefly introduce our three panelists. Two of them are online, and the other one is here in person next to me. And then each panelist will have 15 minutes to speak. We'll go in the order on the program, so starting with Ivona, then Dylan, and then Michael. And then we will have a general Q&A at the end, as we've been doing throughout this conference. So let me just introduce each of them briefly. Ivona Živković is a teaching assistant at the University of Belgrade, Faculty of Organizational Sciences, where she teaches sociology and business ethics. She holds a bachelor's and master's degree and is currently pursuing her PhD in sociology at the University of Belgrade's Faculty of Philosophy. The title of her presentation today is The AI Revolution in Creative Work, a case study of automation in the 3D graphics industry in Serbia. Then Dylan Witkauer is my colleague at Old Dominion University, and he's a professor of philosophy of technology at Old Dominion University in Virginia. His research focuses on post-phenomenology of technology and on the development of post-phenomenological methodology for critical design and design justice. The title of his presentation, which I'm looking forward to, is The Bullshit Singularity is Near, excuse my French. And finally, we have here in person right next to me, Michael Breyer. He's a PhD candidate in the Department of American Culture at the University of Michigan. His dissertation examines the growing network of consumer surveillance technologies in the U.S., through a combination of ethnography and cultural history. His dissertation investigates how these tools have become normalized so rapidly and asks what form of governments these tools enable and impose. And the title of his presentation is Circuits of Control, Smart Video Doorbells, Automated Labor Surveillance, and the New Frontier of the Social Factory. So we've got a lot of fascinating presentations coming up. We will begin with Ivona. So Ivona, feel free to take it away.
Thank you.
We can hear you, yes.
Yeah, okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can now. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you for introducing me, and I just want to add that I prepared this with my colleagues, Professor Georgia Krivokapic, Andrea Nikolic, and our colleague for Faculty of Dramatic Arts in Belgrade, Igor Ilic, which is actually I would say, a second phase of his research about the creative industry or the 3D graph industry in Serbia, but we will get to it later. We actually identified that the creative industry is very specific industry, and that AI is reshaping this industry also through automatization of mainly routine or repetitive tasks that people in this industry do. But just because of that, we identified that 3D graph industry can be a unique case study, specifically in Serbia, because this is, I would say, uprising industry with a lot of potential in our country. What we wanted to do actually is to explore the impact of AI on creative work. Since we have, I would say, a different research approach to this topic, we have scholars that claim the creativity is only human ability, because only humans have potential to, I would say, embed some values in the products of their creative work. On the other hand, we have some scholars who claim that AI could have those creative potential. But besides that, we wanted to see the impact of these AI tools on the creative work and to compare it to some previous technical changes, for example, internet. Also, we can say that the past revolution transformed labor through the automatization also. But AI do have, I would say, biggest potential to automate some creative tasks, not just manual work like we have examples in the previous history of work. That's why we identified that we can focus on AI tools that people in 3D creative industry are using, for example, 3D modeling, texturing, animation, and rendering. And that they do use some AI tools to reduce manual efforts, but this also raises concerns about the originality of products of their labor, I would say. Also, that usage of AI tools enhance efficiency, but also challenge traditional workflows. Like I mentioned previously, 3D graphic industry in Serbia is very diverse industry. We have small teams to big global companies, few big global companies. But basically, Serbia is a growing market, growing hub for creative digital work, and the AI adoption across these companies vary a lot, I would say. So there are some differences between different companies and organizations. Like I mentioned, this is like a second phase of research that our colleague Igor already conducted. That's why you can see here that we wanted to do a case study on the secondary data. Those secondary data are basically the semi-structured interviews that our colleague already conducted with the representatives of 3D graph specialists from different companies. In his sample, he included the representatives for small teams, from middle-sized companies and from big companies from this industry. And like I said a few times before, our focus is mainly on the automatization and industry transformation. This is also like the main research question. We want to identify how AI transforming the process of creative production through the automatization of work tasks, and how does this differ from the revolution brought about by the usage of internet. Also, since we are a multidisciplinary team, we will try to approach this problem from different perspectives. First of all, we will try to analyze the risk of workforce displacement and also for new opportunities in this industry brought about by the AI revolution. Also, legal potential or legal risk regarding the intellectual property and copyright challenges. And at the end, we will try to identify ethical concerns around AI-generated creativity. So basically, that's it for me. I'm looking forward for your questions.
All right, thank you very much, Ivona. Now we will move on to Dylan's presentation. The bullshit singularity is near, so Dylan, feel free to take it away.
Right. I hope audio is on. Our audio level's about okay.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Great. Okay. And now I'm going to share my screen. Managed to do that while also having the presentation up. There we go. Okay.
We can see it now. Great.
Great. And next. Okay. So a few comments about this presentation before I begin. First, my regrets for not being there in person. I would be, but my flight was canceled. So, and since I'm presenting over Zoom, I'll try to move through pretty quickly. Since Zoom presentations at in-person conferences, big, long presentation can be a bit much. So I'm hoping to keep things pretty quick moving like Ivana's, which worked very nicely, I thought. So great. And yeah, I'm very glad to be able to present even in this modified form. I'm hoping to get some feedback. So please do, if you want to, absolutely at me at these channels. And whoops, there we go. Okay. Great. Okay. And second preparatory note about terminology. When we're not engaged in satire or irony, I think it's really important that we use accurate and analytical terminology. It's tempting to use marketing terms like AI or social media, since they're the familiar terms that everybody knows, but this is a false economy. By using terms like AI to refer indiscriminately to LLMs, machine learning algorithms, latent diffusion models, procedural content generation, recommender systems, and chatbots, and digital assistants, we reinforce a fallacious continuity between these technologies and actual intelligence, or even more modestly, between these technologies and artificial general intelligence, AGI. Tacitly endorsing that false continuity does more to hinder understanding than does the use of more technical terminology. And lumping these technologies together by failing to articulate how these different systems actually work and even covering over how different their mechanisms are from one another contributes to a mystified quasi-religious view of some fictionalized AI, which we may fear or revere, but which is imagined to somehow transcend regulatory bodies, product safety, communications regulations, and public policy. Third preparatory and final preparatory note. I want to note that the slides in this presentation are taken with little to no modification from templates downloaded from slidescarnival.com and create.microsoft.com. So we're living the hype together here. To finally start in. Harry Frankfurt observed that one of the most salient features of our culture is that there is so much bullshit. Where he understands bullshit as the use of language to meet a practical end without regard for truth or falsehood. While bullshitting has a rich and storied history in the areas of politics and marketing, the 20th century saw substantial innovation and growth in what David Graeber described as bullshit jobs, which can be understood in parallel with Frankfurt's definition of bullshit as the use of employment in order to meet a social I moved my slide too quickly, a social end without regard for production of socially or individually valuable goods or services. Large language models have disrupted the bullshit labor market by providing bullshit as a service. LLMs are expert systems focused entirely on the goal of generating materials which users are statistically likely to accept, with little interest in truth or reality. By providing bullshit as a service, LLMs are automating increasingly many bullshit jobs and accelerating pre-existing tendencies towards the bullshitification of labor processes in order to further leverage the market efficiencies offered by automated bullshit production systems, which I'm proposing we produce yet another acronym for. As work cycles and information cycles approach ABSPS saturation, For example, where grant proposals written by LLMs and reviewed by machine learning algorithms result in funding for research that uses LLM-written survey questions to generate large data sets analyzed by machine learning algorithms and resulting in LLM-written publications that are peer-reviewed through LLMs. Those remaining places where a human in the loop is called upon to provide reality-based assessment or intervention become bottlenecks in bullshit production processes. Once we're able to remove these last antiquated tethers to fact and value, the ABSPS, the Automated Bullshit Production System ecosystem, will be able to reach its full speed, able finally to beat its wings freely like Kant's dove, once placed in a vacuum and freed from the air resistance that it imagines currently hinders its full efficiency. After automated bullshit production systems have been freed from the human in the loop, even the echoes of the human in the loop will become fainter and fainter. As further generations of LLMs and machine learning algorithms are trained on new corpuses, which will themselves be comprised of LLM output in ever greater proportion, iteratively. This steadily rotating recurrence of the same, ständig rotierende Wiederkehr des Gleichens, as Heidegger puts it in Was heißt Denken, this is the essence and almost possibility of automated bullshit production systems. And it will be increasingly literally realized in the self-reinforcing cycle of automated bullshit production systems, coprolalia and coprophagia, producing bullshit that is ever more complete and total. Through this leveraging of prior bullshit advancements to create ever greater bullshit advancements, automated bullshit production systems development will reach a bullshit singularity, achieving its apotheosis, its purified perfection, in a hyperreal simulacrum of meaningfulness itself. And that's the short version I have for you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dylan. And now we have Michael Breyer. Take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes. All right. We could get the opening slide up. Great. So, good morning. I wanted to start just by thanking the organizers again for putting together this excellent event. And I also wanted to thank the speakers who have gone before me for sharing their illuminating work. My presentation for you all today is titled Circuits of Control, Smart Video Doorbells, Automated Labor Surveillance, and the New Frontier of the Social Factory. I'm going to start with a story about drones, but I promise that it's related to the talk. So in 2014, Jeff Bezos announced Amazon's plan to develop a massive fleet of drone delivery devices. In the 11 years since, Amazon has invested over $2 billion USD into research and development to assemble the drone fleet. So far, this tremendously expensive, time-consuming investment has failed to deliver, as their trial runs have involved a fair share of both crashes and burns. As of January 2025, Amazon has temporarily suspended the drone program. So any reasonable person might ask why Amazon chose to invest so much money and time into this program in the first place. Amazon press releases offer their own motivations: faster deliveries for consumer satisfaction, more eco-friendly alternatives to gas-fueled delivery vehicles, and very frequently mentioned silent deliveries, which raises the question of, again, who asked for silent deliveries? However, in all of the rhetoric evoking a frictionless future flown in on the wings of a silent drone, there has been no mention of the most salient fact. Over the past 5 years, Amazon's precarious, underpaid delivery workers have been unionizing en masse to demand better working conditions and benefits. Given this escalating pressure from the Amazon Delivery Workers Union, it should come as no surprise that Amazon is sinking billions of dollars into R&D for automated alternatives to the pesky human worker. In the present, however, it looks like the delivery worker will stick around for quite some time due to the cost and hazards of drone delivery. So this raises the question, what is Amazon doing to manage and discipline its delivery workforce in the meantime? Apart from calling upon the police to arrest striking workers and unionizers, Amazon has also developed a massive digital infrastructure for surveilling its laborers, both within its warehouses and without. This is where the Ring video doorbell enters the picture. In 2018, Amazon purchased Ring for approximately $1 billion USD. Since this purchase, Ring products have dominated the smart home security market, which is very competitive within the US and Europe and much of South America as well. And largely, this success is due to the fact that Amazon has incorporated the devices into its suite of smart home products like the infamous Alexa, and has also integrated this into its delivery model. While the Ring video doorbell is marketed as a smart home security tool, several scholars have criticized the dynamics of carceral control, racial gatekeeping, and crowdsourced surveillance dynamics that this computer vision mediated network facilitates. So I made this little figure, which is ugly but informative. As you can see from figure 1, Amazon has developed a network spanning several institutions and sites for collecting, storing, and sharing data from Ring devices. As the figure shows, Amazon has established formal partnerships with over 2,000 police departments just within the United States. They also work with police departments in the UK and Europe. Building upon this critical literature, I argue that the sales of Ring devices have not merely enabled Amazon to expand a digital network for carceral control and consumer data collection. Through Ring customers' voluntary installation of video doorbell devices, Amazon has effectively embedded the threat of warehouse surveillance directly into private residences, small businesses, and the ambient environment. In doing so, Amazon Ring's circuit of control has reconfigured all networked space into the factory in both a functional and material sense. So, I suggest that these devices represent a novel turn in the history of the social factory insofar as they embed warehouse labor disciplining devices directly into the extra factory built environment. This network installs antagonism towards the worker into the built environment in two distinct but related ways, both of which centrally revolve around automation. So in the short term, the computer vision devices act as tools for disciplining labor outside the warehouse by threatening the panoptic presence of automated algorithmic management. And in the long term, this network of surveillance devices gathers robust data analytics about workers' behavior and micro-movements along with the sites of delivery and the way they navigate them. This data can subsequently be used for training automated delivery alternatives. As many other scholars have noted, both at this excellent event and also in the literature on this, this dual application of labor surveillance for both short-term control and the long-term mechanization of tasks has been a very popular go-to strategy within Taylorist and Fordist approaches to production and labor management for quite some time. However, as I'm trying to show in this talk, there has never been such an extensive integration of warehouse surveillance devices directly into the built extra factory environment. So before diving into the way that Ring has reconfigured the social factory, I want to give a brief primer on the social factory concept and the literature that it has inspired. In Factory and Society, Mario Tronti suggests that in advanced capitalist economies, the logics and dynamics of the capitalist mode of production invade all aspects of social life. Tronti states, quote, "The whole of society lives as a function of the factory, and the factory extends its exclusive domination to the whole of society." The work of Tronti, Negri, and other autonomous Marxist thinkers has inspired a rich body of literature on various kinds of social reproduction that also take place outside of the factory walls. From unwaged domestic labor to educational institutions and their role in entrenching class relations, which is elaborated on by Bourgeois. Silvia Federici defines social reproductive work as, quote, the complex of activities, relations, and institutions that in capitalism produce and reproduce labor power. Over the past few decades, scholars in STS, infrastructure studies, digital studies, and other fields have reinvigorated this scholarship on the social factory through studies examining digital technologies, their underpinning logics of exploitation and control, and their co-constitutive relationship with capitalist dynamics. The concept of digital labor has been key to this literature, as it establishes a framework for tracking the novel labor arrangements and mechanisms for profit accumulation that platform economics both relies upon and produces. In Tiziana Terranova's prescient essay, Free Labor, published in 2000, Terranova argues that the vast profits of tech companies are built upon the unwaged labor of internet users and of internet users. This is now, quite well absorbed into lots of different literatures. Terranova's argument builds upon the notion of the social factory, in her words, whereby work has shifted from factory to society. Her study suggests that unpaid intellectual and technical work online is not an accidental or occasional feature of platform economics. It is a necessary one. More recent scholarship has advanced Terranova's work by developing the concept of the prosumer. So this work is by Fuchs, a sociologist, and Fuchs developed this portmanteau, or at least popularized it, to name the position of online users as simultaneously consumers of commodities and producers of value. So the figure of the prosumer brings us back to questions of automation, algorithmic management, labor discipline at the doorstep, and Ring video doorbells. In an excellent 2022 study of Ring surveillance network and the labor dynamics it involves, data and society scholars Aya Wynn and Eve Zellickson suggested that the distribution of Ring devices throughout America and much of Europe and South America has effectively crowdsourced the work of monitoring Amazon's labor to Amazon customers. So by recording the delivery workers at their doorstep and submitting complaints regarding delivery workers' performance, the authors argue Ring users act as unwaged labor supervisors or prosumers on behalf of Amazon. Through this clever strategy, Amazon has, in their words, ingeniously managed to transform what was once a labor cost, i.e. supervising work and asset protection, into a revenue stream through the sale of doorbell cameras and subscription services to residents who then perform the labor of securing their own doorstep. The authors also note that the devices seem to encourage, quote, boss behavior. They define boss behavior as, quote, a range of actions often undertaken in the name of safety or package security that also function as the direct management of delivery workers. Through ethnographic interviews with Amazon delivery workers, Wynn and Zellickson shed light on the workers' experiences navigating boss behaviors and Ring devices. One driver stated, quote, I notice them every time they have one, so if it's there, I notice it. Another Amazon delivery worker stated, quote, whenever I see a doorbell camera, I change the way I stand. I'll be in a very relaxed position while standing, but when I see the camera, I won't be in a relaxed position at all. I would want to look very smart and very polite. Explaining his change of posture, he stated, quote, I have the idea that someone is watching me, trying to look for my mistakes. So while it's important to highlight the way that the prosumer and boss behavior figure into this system of distributed labor discipline, I suggest that the labor dynamics in this system do not end with boss behavior or customer complaints or the worker's awareness of the customer watching them. That is, Amazon has not merely crowdsourced labor surveillance activity onto Amazon prosumers who occasionally engage in these surveilling behaviors. Though Amazon does benefit from this unpaid labor monitoring in some cases, the more pernicious form of labor control is carried out by the panoptic presence of these computer vision devices circuited throughout the ambient environment. So this is a good time to explain why I've been using the word threat when mentioning the installation of labor surveillance tools. Because Amazon's use of Ring data is proprietary and they fiercely defend it, one cannot actually know for certain whether the Ring devices are used for monitoring the productivity of their delivery workers. However, given Amazon's lengthy track record of invasive and deceptive labor management practices, it's not a stretch to think that Ring data would be used to establish performance metrics and assess the productivity of individual workers. So, just a few examples of the methods Amazon has employed to manage its massive labor force in different sites. So in addition to investing tremendous amounts of money in software for tracking Amazon unionization trends globally, Amazon has also paid employees to covertly infiltrate Facebook groups where workers were discussing workplace hazards and attempting to unionize. On top of these union monitoring tactics, Amazon employs a host of algorithmic management tools within its warehouses. Speaking to the experience of working within the algorithmically managed Amazon warehouse, one worker stated, Amazon tracks our every move. They know every move you make, when you're working, when you're not working. They surveil you with their cameras. Managers surveil you with their laptops because they can pull up your profile and a bar changes a certain color when you're not active. Moreover, several Amazon delivery workers have been literally fired by algorithms for perceived failures in their delivery work, failures as measured by algorithmic assessments. So, as I mentioned, there is uncertainty as to whether Ring devices actually function as algorithmic management tools. However, instead of seeing this uncertainty as weakening the effect of Ring's labor disciplining function, I want to suggest that this is a productive uncertainty for Amazon's labor surveillance purposes. Because the company has consistently demonstrated its interest in employing a wide arsenal of tools for labor monitoring, and because Ring devices are owned by Amazon, every Ring device represents a credible threat to the delivery worker, a reminder that they could be recorded from many different, often unseen angles while executing delivery orders. This is just an interesting quote from Brian Masumi on threat and the reality that it has. I want to suggest it would be perfectly rational for delivery workers to assume that they are being monitored at almost any given moment due to this distributed network of surveillance devices. And while some might want to quibble over whether the threat of labor surveillance equates to actual labor surveillance, I would suggest that this quibbling misses the point. After all, the worker in the factory often also does not have certainty that she's being watched at any given moment, but she might be, just as the delivery worker might be monitored by Ring. And it's the kind of outcome that matters. It's this effect upon the worker that matters. So of course, this model of uncertain surveillance and this looming threat evokes Foucault's panopticon. However, I would like to suggest that the material and digital infrastructure of Ring differs from Foucault's vision of the panopticon, which is sort of more about diffuse societal norms and their internalization in the subject. So instead, this computational modal network of surveillance more closely resembles Deleuze's vision of the control society in Postscripts on the Society of Control. Noting the widespread integration of computational devices and communication technologies that had been integrated into capitalist modes of production towards the end of the 20th century, Deleuze suggests, quote, "The corporation has replaced the factory, and the corporation is a spirit, a gas. This figure of the gaseous spirit of the corporation serves as the perfect metaphor for representing the far-reaching, nebulous influence exerted by Ring's digital infrastructure and its hidden applications. For the delivery worker, the presence of Ring and its threat as a potential monitoring device is not an academic question, but a material and functional reminder of the surveillance regime within they always work, even outside of the warehouse walls. Like the invisible, scentless toxin, carbon monoxide, Ring's widely distributed network of surveillance acts upon the body even when it cannot be perceived immediately." So to conclude, this presentation has suggested that Amazon Ring has extended the threat of warehouse surveillance into the ambient environment and has thus reconfigured the extra-factory landscape. Unlike other forms of algorithmic management, such as Uber algorithms that track a driver's performance, which take place on workers' devices with the worker's knowledge for the most part, Ring surveillance devices have been installed by others, unknown to the worker. The worker may be watched from a doorstep, from a garden gate, or the entrance to a small business. I suggest that this digital infrastructure calls for more precise terminology and methodologies for characterizing the changing relationship between the warehouse, the built environment, and the worker who is watched in both spaces. And Finally, I want to close on a more positive note by taking a page out of the Autonomous Marxist Manual, which is not a real thing. I just, figurative. So it's important to note the leverage that workers and consumers have to disrupt this rapid growth of a circuit of control that's currently being wired throughout the built environment. Amazon workers' strikes and lawsuits filed on account of invasive algorithms make it clear that they recognize this leverage. My hope is that spreading awareness of the exploitative dynamics encoded into these tools and enabled by their installation will foster greater connection across the wide range of affected parties and ultimately lead to more pushback to these growing circuits of control. Thank you.
All right, thank you to all three speakers for these fantastic presentations. We've got about 30 minutes for Q&A, so lots of time. Also, anybody who's online, feel free to type a question in the chat, or to our panelists. If you have any questions for other panelists, you can also turn on your mic, and I'll be sure to moderate also the online chat. But if not, we'll start with those who are here in person. Miriam? So we'll take 3 questions to start, and then, so we'll start with 3 questions, and then we'll gather those 3 questions together and then come to our panelists. So starting with Miriam.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question for Michael. Loved your presentation. It was really, really interesting. Thank you. I like that you brought in the problem of the police being informed by the Ring doorbells. And I find that if I look at workplace surveillance, I find a lot of connection to actual like carceral automation, like when you see like algorithms in prisons and like, I don't know, like Microsoft actually has a tool. I'm not making this up. It's called Microsoft Offender 365, which I wish I was kidding. But do you see any more connections on how the police is really interested in this data? I mean, is this, you had this like maybe as a side note, but is this something you looked into, like the police interest in this data and how they use it, and maybe how then legal, legislation would maybe not approach these kinds of systems because they feel like they're useful for themselves and they feel like that we should protect them because we need the information for our police activities. So it's super interesting. Thank you.
All right, and
thank you. Also a question for Michael, and I think somewhat related to the previous question. Sorry if it's a little bit of an obvious and maybe unfair question for you because you're working in a different context. But so maybe it's a question for discussion. I wonder what role you see for legislation like GDPR in this context. Because I think actually the video doorbells fall under the scope of GDPR, and so there is some discussion about, I think it's also which way you have your doorbell pointed. This kind, is it pointed inward? Is it pointed outward? What are you actually capturing? I would imagine that capturing the delivery of packages at your door falls under the scope of GDPR, for example. So I wonder also, that's a little bit of a broader question, what role you actually see, what are the possibilities for legislation like that in terms of intervening or mitigating some of the processes and dynamics that you described. Thank you.
all right, I saw a hand back there, and then over here.
Thanks. There's a question for Michael. So I can't remember it wasn't Amazon, I can't remember which company it was, but it was one of the delivery companies in the US, essentially won an employment classification case saying, well, yes, we do have control and direction and control over our delivery workers, but they're actually self-employed. This direction and control is there to ensure that our brand is protected, the intangible assets of our brand, because they're wearing our logo and stuff. We need to make sure that they're not damaging our brand by incorrectly whatever. And so have you considered this sort of aspect also with the Ring doorbell, that these delivery companies are encouraging a sort of, instead of just, oh, your package arrives and that's it, that's the main thing, but there's also this, I guess you could call it emotional labor or some sort of, it's not just about the surveillance, it's also about sort of legal employment classification issue as well.
All right, we'll take one more question for now, over here. Yes.
So your presentation focused on Amazon and the doorbell and so on, but this same state of play, isn't it more worrying when this surveillance society comes from the state? Because you know that there are cameras everywhere in the public space, even probably here. You know that the Ministry of Justice is using the software ARIS here in Belgium exactly to control working times of the people and to improve the time for tasks. So isn't it also the same surveillance? So does it come from big companies like Amazon, or does this control, this surveillance comes from the state itself?
All right, Michael, you're on the hot seat.
I want to start by asking what GDPR stands for. Okay, great. I see, great. No problem. Okay, so Miriam, your question. Okay, so this carceral dynamic. So I'm writing my dissertation about this, and there's a chapter devoted to specifically the relationship between Amazon and police, basically. And so it used to be the case that the terms of their sharing agreement were pretty opaque, and there were there were several cases in which Amazon shared like tons of video data from a given block to police without having consulted users on the basis of some kind of emergency clause. And those cases have since been kind of rooted out, and that has spurred some amount of legislation. Amazon tried to just kind of take a proactive approach and sort of head off things like this from happening again. That said, even when they're not sharing things without user consent, the sort of arrangement is still quite loosely defined. So for instance, like in one extremely memorable case, they did ask a user whether they could have permission to access some video doorbell that he had. He also had several Ring devices within his home. They didn't ask whether they could use that, but they just took it all because he said he gave them permission to use his Ring device. And he became ensnared in this investigation as a result. So like, I think that part is quite, that's very troubling. Police are interested in it to help their investigations, basically, but they don't have constant access to like all of the data. They have a sort of limited access that's determined by what Amazon is willing to give them. What I'm interested in about that is, and this sort of gets to the point about the state, I think that really blurs the kind of, it complicates the way of understanding state surveillance versus corporate surveillance, insofar as state surveillance is incredibly reliant upon big tech for a huge amount of what it's doing. So like Palantir, sounds sort of, it's like a private company, but it has tons of contracts with the US government for quote unquote counterterrorism, but it's also used frequently for anti-immigration sort of action. So that's all to say basically that this question about how this figures in with policing, it just troubles the binary between like corporate surveillance and state surveillance. And, it does, just as a matter of the amount of video that police can access now that didn't used to exist, it wouldn't exist but for these devices. that is a very material difference in terms of how they can conduct their work. Also, police departments in the U.S., and I can't speak to other countries, I'll speak to the U.S., use facial recognition technology, which is, of course, heavily criticized. And so it's established that they use that with these videos. So there are all sorts of troubling dynamics there. The legislation question and data protection question, at least in the US context, most of the legislation has come from the Federal Trade Commission so far. And that's, without getting into like the weeds, it's the strategically probably they have the best chance of achieving anything. So they have had success. In 2023, the FTC charged Amazon it was really for violations of user privacy and like the terms of agreement. But in doing so, it exposed quite a bit of, it was one way that, like, on top of the fine that they imposed on Amazon, which was like probably basically like a mosquito bite for Amazon's bottom line, like it didn't really matter. This kind of investigation is still useful because it ends up gaining access to proprietary uses of the data. So what they found is that Amazon Ring specifically had given every employee access to basically every video and every recording device. And they justified it as like, this will make things more efficient, basically. But what was happening was there were several cases of Ring employees watching like a particular young woman's apartment, or harassing people, contacting people whose video they had access to. So on the legislation front, that appears to be in the US at least, that's one of the more promising routes. But yeah, I can't really speak to like how much traction other sorts of legal action or legislation will whether that will really take root. But and then to the point of employment classification, I mean, Amazon has exploited like every loophole in the book for gig workers. Gig workers, so like Amazon Flex drivers, for instance, are gig workers. And Amazon's rhetoric is that, they're self-employed and this is great for them because they have all this freedom, like they're their own boss. I mean, that's how they frame it. But of course, there are all sorts of labor disciplining approaches that they use. They require flex workers to have all these devices that manage their productivity. And yeah, I mean, to the question of like Amazon and its sort of shaping influence on how employees are classified and the way that they have like set the terms of that. They've been very successful, but Amazon workers have had more recent success in sort of demanding better protections and workers' rights, in the US at least. I'm sorry, I can't really speak to Europe or other places because that's not what I study. Amazon, okay, this last point about the state and whether I can't say whether it's worse, it's just different, and I think this novel sort of integration of one of the I think it's the second largest corporation in the world behind Walmart, the integration of their immense data capabilities with government entities, not just in the US, it's, as I said earlier, it makes the distinction between state surveillance and this other type of surveillance much blurrier. The fact that the US government is contracting out all sorts of surveillance and counterterrorism efforts to private companies makes it so that the contrast between CCTV and Ring is not so stark, because functionally like in both form and function, Ring basically acts like CCTV, even though it's distributed by a private corporation.
All right, thank you, Michael, for those very comprehensive and coherent answers. We'll take a few more questions, but before we take questions from people in the room, we do have 2 questions online from Magdalena. Magdalena, you're also welcome to unmute yourself if you'd like, but I'll read the questions out loud. So first, there's a question to Ivona. Could you please tell us a bit more about your findings and which social and legal implications you have identified? So I personally had the same question for Ivona, so thank you, Magdalena. And then also Magdalena has a question to Dylan. I see your talk as aligning with several other talks before that tried to reflect on various ways in which we can disrupt and question the dominant discourses about AI. Do you think that the concept of bullshitting has a potential of critical thought that can translate into practices of opposing the powers relationship with reliance on automation? So we'll take 3 more questions in the room as well.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, hello. This is Marta Checa from Equal Times. I just wanted to check with Dylan and Michael, perhaps more. I'm building up a little bit also on what is being said here. I'm very focused on solutions. So, for instance, if we have to kind of create a guide, no, baby steps for dummies, because the level here of is super high, and general public are kind of far, no, from where we are right now. So, taking into account that people may like the tools, the Ring, for instance, and many others for their daily jobs. So what are those baby steps? Really simplifying. If we talk about the consumer, what the consumer should do, or how will you push them to do something about, for instance, Ring, the workers and trade unions. So really, baby steps, a guide, baby steps guide for, returning the situations. Yeah, that.
And if I could just interrupt real quick, I'd also like to just kind of expand that question to a question for all 3 of the panelists. I think the question of solutions to the problems you're identifying in each of your respective presentations. So for Ivona, you talk about displacement of creative work, IP, intellectual property and copyright issues. So what do you see as some potential solutions to those issues? And then Dylan, you don't say it explicitly, but I think the tone of your presentation is suggesting that this bullshit singularity is dystopian. Is there, if that's a false characterization, please correct me, but if not, do you see any way out of this tendency towards the bullshit singularity? But let's take a couple more questions. So, yes, Jason.
Yeah, thank you for these interesting talks. Questions mainly for Michael, but I'd be curious what any of the respondents have to say. And I hope it doesn't sound too facetious. I'm thinking of Andreas Malm's book, How to Blow Up a Pipeline, which is to say, if you have ubiquitous infrastructure that's hostile, what about sabotage? Have workers considered sabotaging these systems? They're extremely vulnerable and they're extremely diffuse. Once upon a time, at the turn of the 20th century, sabotage was in theory one of the many tools accessible to at least syndicalists. And I'm wondering if you see a place for that when you have these truly carceral environments. So, thank you.
All right, one more question. Back here.
Hi, I'm also curious what any of the panelists have to say, but sorry for bombarding Michael with so many questions. I'm from the US. I most recently worked at the National Labor Relations Board in the Biden administration. And there were so many great programs happening in the NLRB, the CFPB, FTC, DOJ, all these agencies sort of working together on worker surveillance issues. And, with the new administration, a lot of those approaches seem to be at best on pause for the next few years. Amazon is also trying to get rid of the National Labor Relations Board, which is the agency that protects workers from surveillance and threats of surveillance. So currently, the examples that Michael gave about surveillance and threats of surveillance of workers are already illegal under US law, but there's no enforcement really, and now it's a new administration and it's going to be even worse. So I'm just wondering, kind of synthesizing with both the other questions, were like, is this, do panelists have thoughts on, is this up to consumers now because the law in the US isn't going to save us, the government in the US isn't going to save us, or is it up to workers going rogue beyond the law, or if anyone has any other opportunistic bright spots of worker organizing that they can point to?
Great. So just so we don't overwhelm our panelists with too many questions, let's take answers from the panelists now. I know there were a few other hands in the room. If we have time, we'll get to you as well, to the other questions. But let's start with the people online this time. So Ivona, if you'd like to respond first, and then Dylan.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your questions. First of all, when it comes to IPs, that's not my field. Like Ali said, Georgie and Andrea are legal specialists, but specifically in Serbia, we don't have a laws that can protect intellectual property in that sense. So we actually do identify that as a problem. Also, transparency and accountability are identified as one of legal problem. Also, when it comes to social or ethical problems, so we identify I would say the problem of the representation of, for example, marginalized group. When it comes to the impact of the on the employment, I need to emphasize that this is like just from literature review. This is not the product of our research, but during the literature review, what we find out is actually that representatives of the creative industry, especially in our country, for now, they are still, I would say, protected in some way. The predictions are going in that way that this work displacement will not come for the future of the 10 or 15 years. Also, we identified some problems or some risk with deep fake or the misuse of these models. But actually, I would just go back on the start of my this part of presentation and say that the lack of regulation and actual legal framework that can regulate this area is lacking, and that's like the main problem that will cause other problems in this and all other industries.
Thank you, Ivona. Dylan?
Thank you.
Yeah, the several really great important questions. I really appreciate these. I guess to start, Magdalena, with the question about your question about the disruptive capabilities of the conceptualization of bullshit, that I'm not the only person to apply to AI. For anybody who's read that particular essay by Frankfurt, it just stands out so obviously that this is what AI is doing, at least, excuse me, at least large language models are doing. And yeah, so the question about, how to transition this into practice, how this analysis can give us something to do, I think a very important thing that we can be doing is to call that out and to to be clear and direct about what technologies are actually doing instead of, again, using marketing language, instead of using the language of AI. So to pull this early slide up again, there we are. These are all very different systems, and if we're looking at large language models, all they're doing is autocomplete. That's all. That is the extent of it. And if we can make that clear, that goes a long way toward helping people to understand like what it's doing, therefore what its limits are, and therefore why they shouldn't place the trust in it that this mystification tends to produce in people. So this transitions nicely into the second question about baby step solutions. I think one of the most important things that we can be doing, that all of us can start doing right now, is to stop using the term AI and just refuse to use it. Just, change the language over to the specifics. If it's not clear what's being discussed, huge differences between like procedural algorithms and LLMs. If it's not clear what you're talking about, get clarity and just refuse to use AI and say what things are. And then it becomes so much easier to make clear, which systems are actually doing something relevant to what your goal is and which systems are not. So one nice example that I saw a few months ago, and I mentioned the timing because as soon as these examples come up, they tend to get patched so that you can't use them anymore as examples of how bad these systems are. But the ChatGPT was asked how many R's there are in the English word strawberry, and it couldn't figure it out. And it's because it isn't reading. And, of course it isn't reading. We should know that, but we forget. But what it's doing is it's just taking the word strawberry as an arbitrary token, and it's looking at what other arbitrary tokens, words, are statistically associated with it and in what sort of proximity. And then it's just doing that. And so it doesn't know how many R's there are in the word strawberry. It isn't made in a way that allows it to know that. You have to patch in something else to an LLM for it to say like, okay, well, I need to not read this as a token. I need to actually like look at parts of it or something like that. So if we can be clear about what we're talking about, that makes a huge difference. And those sorts of examples where we can see things break down help to get that clarity. Heidegger's hammer. When the technology breaks, we get a glimpse into how it was put together and how it works. Now, closely related to that is, Joel, your question, if there's a way off the rails that are bringing us toward the bullshit singularity. And here, there at least were ways out. I can say that much. It's cold comfort, obviously. But if generative AI had been, I don't know, if it were a self-regulating industry, we believe in fairy tales, right? Then it may have watermarked all of its output so that it could be ensured in the future that it's not, basing its next model on its own output and entering into this tight and problematic feedback loop. Now, of course, that didn't happen. If we had regulated these industries appropriately, and there had been appropriate oversight prior to release of socially consequent software, then that could have been required. But that, also is not, it's not surprising that didn't happen, especially given that that would be a national issue. And as we recently saw from China, the software travels pretty effortlessly across borders. So one possibility, and I shout out to Herbert Marcuse here, is we could just not. Like, we don't have to keep developing this technology. And yeah, like, we could just not do this, and maybe that would be better. Again, you know, don't know if we can do that as a matter of public policy, but I guess really the sort of realistic, optimistic answer here is that the hope is that as LLMs continue to be based on their own output, this hyper-real simulation or simulacrum of meaning, it's going to be so disconnected from what counts as meaning to us that it's not going to be useful anymore. And so its use is going to decline or become niche. And that seems to me quite likely if what we see is a transition from what we have now, which is where LLMs produce something that appears to be meaningful to us in a way that makes us feel assured that we don't need to engage in further inquiry. Doesn't matter if it's real or not. So as the transition goes from that to its attempt to produce something that looks enough like the truth to us, that extra layer means that it's going to, at least if something doesn't change, it's going to be learning to look like it looks like it's saying things. And that's going to be weird and surreal. That's not actually going to be as deceptive to users as the current situation. So it may be that the singularity, which I'm talking about here, sort of ironically, that may just, you know, send it off onto its own where we can ignore it. The more realistic, I think, doomsday scenario is that LLMs, they're able to be self-replicating right now, so they need to be contained to local systems. If they are able to escape those systems and have an internal imperative for self-replication, which they seem to be able to do, we may end up with kind of a gray goo problem on the level of software, where LLMs will just start taking over our servers and stuff. Whatever empty space there is, they're going to occupy, coming up with weird 7-fingered pictures of people and other stuff that it thinks is going to make the world better. I wanted to talk about the hostile architecture, sabotage, great point, and sort of, you know, is this up to consumers? I feel like I've already talked for an awfully long time, so I'm going to stop.
All right, thank you very much, Dylan, for those comprehensive answers. I'm hearing a theme, regulation, what a novel concept. So, Michael, yeah, you've got 1 minute. We're all hungry.
I hope it's not just up to consumers, because a lot of consumers seem Ring users often are ambivalent and they will articulate some kind of awareness that data is being used, data is being extracted from them. It's also being used maybe in these kind of carceral ways that they don't always like, but they still accept the trade-off. So in an ideal world, regulatory bodies like the NLRB will stick around because otherwise it is hard to imagine. I mean, short of some kind of huge change in people's level of comfort with exploitative dynamics of delivery workers, short of people having a change of heart on how their own data is used, which doesn't, it's kind of moving in one direction, which is a high level of tolerance of all sorts of invasive data extraction. I don't think the consumer is the best route, but to the point of baby steps, you can still make headway by convincing, some number of prospective users or current users that there are other alternatives to keeping your home safe, or your, you don't need to have a Ring camera, even though it's cheap and it's the first thing you see on Amazon when you look up a video camera for your house. There are actually many that don't share your data with the police or use it to monitor labor. And so, chipping away in that way is, I think, important as well. The sabotage, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to advocate it because who knows when Amazon is watching, but, it would be useful. And they are very vulnerable. They're also very vulnerable to hacking, which is a separate I mean, physically, they're quite vulnerable as just basically iPod mini things that you could just take off a door. But there have been tons of cases of people hacking them for sometimes really nefarious things and sometimes basically to prank people. And people will start talking through the Ring video doorbell to scare someone, basically. And those tend to spook people in a pretty significant way. So hackers would hold quite a bit of power in that sense. Not that I'm advocating it. Yeah.
All right. Well, a final round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. So it's lunchtime now, and we'll be back for our final panel of the conference at 2:05.
Yeah. Aida.
A lot of people stay for the whole time.
Exactly.
I mean, it's always very exhausting to stay the whole time. Because I'm already, I saw from the previous presentations that that the way of presenting is not how we do it in geography.
Shall we start? Yes? Okay. Again, hi to everyone here. This is our last panel. We will hear some very interesting papers from Sophia Leipert from which is a research associate as the chair for cultural and spatial themes at the Hafenseed University, and she's going to continue as a doctoral research at the Goethe University in Frankfurt. Then we will hear from Daniel Green, which is an assistant professor at the University of Maryland, and then finally Robert Overts and I guess Lindsay Winberg from University of Saint Jose, of University Saint Jose State University, so U.S. So I would go with our speakers. So please, Sophia, the floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Never used something like this. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today. Yes. And I would like to thank all of you for sharing your time and your thoughts on this on the topics of this conference. I will be discussing the transformation of port labor in Hamburg through the lens of automation processes, spanning from the so-called container revolution to contemporary developments. The title, The Port That Is Us, reflects a common sentiment and demonstration slogan, highlighting this deep connection between port labor, urban identity, and political struggles. It's working, right? Okay. Briefly about myself, I have a background in urban studies, and my doctoral research on digitalization and automation in the port is situated in human geography. So my work tries to be very sensitive towards spatial conditions. And today's presentation is based on a recent book chapter, but I have to excuse in advance, it is a rather broad brushstroke, sketching challenges for the relationship between ports and the urban related to the topic of automation. Please excuse the scope. It's, this is what I'm going to talk about. I briefly situate ports as critical logistical nodes, talk about the historic context, enabling and preconditioning today's automation, and then guide you through Hamburg's first automated terminal and how the contestations around this relate to the urban context. As you're surely aware, ports represent critical nodes in global transport networks, and the transformation through automation offers valuable insights into broader societal changes. Hamburg is as Germany's largest port and located in close proximity to the city, as you can see on this picture, provides I would say, compelling case study for examining these dynamics in their urban context. So, while often presented as inevitable technological process, I put myself in line with many critical scholars before me, arguing that automation processes are neither frictionless nor predetermined. Rather, they are deeply contested developments shaped by various actors. And these stakes of this transformation extend operational efficiency. They reshape the labor conditions, urban development, and port situation. As capital itself, the relations to technologies are social one. And I please have this picture in mind. I'll come back to this later, related to also aspects of utilization of nature, of ecological stubbornness, and this proximity. However, I will actually skip the theoretical framework informing my doctoral research. But just some words on the methodology. My analysis is drawing on archival research, including union documents, port development plans, but I mainly do qualitative ethnographic research with participant observations at conventions. I do interview with former and current dock workers, it involves a lot of networking, as the shipping industry and the maritime industry in general is very personal intensive. So the historical context, again, very broadly, the advent of the first full container ship, not the first container, marked a kind of watershed moment. Through the transformation was, of course, more gradual than often portrayed. Prior to containerization, the port was characterized by highly skilled labor, manual labor, and this still is. Consider just this image just 30 years ago. It shows this Dreiklang, we say in German, between of port work, the complex interplay between cranes, ships, and human labor. And while containerization dramatically changed this arrangement, workers and unions for a long time actively shaped how these changes were implemented, as there was a high percentages of people being organized. And even with the container handling becoming dominant since the onset of the so-called globalization, another very broad term, I know, but I use it with this. The container handling increased dominantly, but some significant aspects persisted of the port working culture. And this highlights this important point that technological change doesn't simply replace human labor, it transforms it in complex ways, as we have heard in the last 2 days. And also referring maybe to this title of this conference, the Cyborg worker, it reminded me also of this Cyborg Manifesto. So in ports we see since decades this deep entanglements between humans, technologies, and non-human actors. And technology is never mere domination, never mere utopia, as Harari would say. So, but now turning to the automation turn. This is, here you can see the fourth container terminal in Hamburg's port. It's called Container Terminal Altenwerder, and it marked a new phase in port automation. It's often portrayed as a greenfield development, so meaning that there was nothing and people just built it from scratch. It actually emerged from significant spatial and social transformations, including the displacement of this village. You can see on this map, it's called Altenwerder. It was a community and a whole village being destroyed in order to put the terminal there. And it was a specific organization of this terminal allowing further automation. It was planned from the scratch to allow the processes there to be automated. You can see on the scratch on this picture quite nicely, I would say how this new organization with block lagers, so you put the containers in this middle block lagers there, with rail-guided gantry cranes, and then directly being moved on either a truck or the railway, or the other way to the container ship. So, and this kind of organization allowed some major shifts. These cranes you see in the background, they are still partly operated by humans sitting in 50 meters high, but now they are in Altenwerder increasingly being controlled remotely, even automated. People are just, sitting in the room and interfere if there's some difficulties happening. Or the HEVs, which you see in front, they replace those, maybe you know the pictures of van carriers, but I've got one for later. These are now in Altenwerder being guided by software using little sensors in the bottom. But as I said, it hasn't eliminated human labor. Of course, it has transformed it, creating also new professional identities and skill requirements. However, the terminal operator Hala used this as an opportunity to establish a completely new workforce there. I also come back to this. And maybe a side note, automation is never frictionless. As I said, in this case, the operator struggled for some times because the sensors being put in the bottom of the terminal was picked up by birds. So they were collecting these little sensors, and it took some time to realize why these automated guided vehicles are driving not the way they're supposed to be. So, but now to the challenges. I would like to highlight 3 of them. Because recent developments brought new challenges. In September 2023, the announced acquisition of Hala, the largest terminal operator in Hamburg, by MSC sparked significant debates about the future of Hamburg ports labor. It is a complete novum, actually, that the shipping company not only operates its own terminal, this is actually quite normal these days, but is part of a holding company. And this represents a major political change. It's not the first privatization in the port of Hamburg. It was 2007, already an earlier attempt, or earlier privatization, but it was just 30% of the shares. And it was under completely economic conditions. Because back then we still had like the height of containerization with unhindered growth expectations. With the decline of the throughput, however, the strategies changed. And while container terminals have already been marked by a high level of automation and digitalization, with these enormous competition pressures, especially for Hamburg, the port operators strive towards more rationalization through automations. The reasons for them are multiple. Some of them are very close to here. And the port to respond to further automation pressure, for example, exemplifies in initiatives like this project I visited. It represents an attempt to bridge the gap between the traditional port work and emerging technological requirements. The unions are actually involved in this project, trying to shape the future port work. However, it still raises important questions about the future of port labor. Port workers are already highly skilled workers. These cliches we know from public media, for example, that just muscles are important. It was never true. One of my interview mentioned that when he came to the port, even in the 70s already, like his self-esteem was quickly diminished. However, this kind of this is related to a third challenge, and this is the diverging working conditions. Like a particularly concerning trend is the growing divergence in working conditions. So while the people directly working on the terminals. They enjoy relatively stable, very well-regulated employments and had for a long time a lot of bargaining power, as this picture is representing. These are actually those van carriers which drive the containers on the terminals before the HGV or still in other terminals are driving them. So, but these kind of people, their work is relatively well regulated. However, the container allowed the precarious conditions in related logistical works, as we have already heard of in this morning. And this is a very spatial proximity of different kind of labor regimes within the port that requires the attention. It is due to the specificity of the container being a spatial part of the ship without local ties. So port work loses its reliance on to port borders. And similar, like it was a bit taking ahead these current developments with remote control debates, maybe. And like just recently, like workers packing, for example, bananas in the ports of Hamburg, they also describe themselves as port workers, but their conditions are marked by threat. Here we have this cliché actually, while the people or while the automated work at the terminals is described as a joystick work. And but this work of packing containers, this is the kind of condition in very dominant in logistic sectors. It's subcontract, a lot of black labor, temporary mercantilized, with little bargaining power, as we already heard today. But to conclude, to the automation. I mean, the Hamburg case in the perspective I pursuing is like demonstrating three key findings. First, automation processes are never merely technical developments. They are deeply social and political transformations happening in very specific settings. Automation transformed port labor, but it's like neither a foregone conclusion nor an automatic consequence. Sometimes human labor still offers higher productivity, as mentioned in one of my interviews, and then terminal operators decide to postpone automation because flexibility, which is needed when ships get bigger and bigger, is still offered by human labor force because they can reach 130% and not just 100% as automated cranes. Oh, okay, good. And and always automation has influences on and evokes contestations around land, labor, profit, and ecology. We cannot look at automation in an isolated sense, I would argue. And in my case, it like reproduces different regimes of labor regulation. And second, the role of organized labor remains crucial in shaping these transformations. There have been collective agreements negotiated by Verdi that help to ensure some automation benefits, or that should help to ensure that automation benefits workers as well as employers. A very important aspect here, which is like bargained or discussed a lot, is the reduction of working hours. But okay, I'll skip this. And this is the third point I would like to raise, we face new challenges as global shipping companies consolidate their power. Probably they are the logistical equivalents of the big tech five. Because for these actors, predictability and planning is key, and therefore the drive to further automate is there. But as past experiences show, the infrastructure as well as the ecological environment are shaped according to their needs and ship sizes. Remember this picture from the beginning. It's putting a lot of pressure on the ports and the labor and the ecology with massive social and ecological cost, as the dredging of the Elbe shows as one example, which is like even threatening the city's own heritage. And a recent acquisition of MSC, the largest shipping company of the world, just highlights the pressure to deal with this. Okay, I would like to, yeah. I start and end with this view on the other container terminal in Hamburg. So, on the initial implementation of the automated terminal, it reveals critical lesson about automation's impact on port labor. Because, as one former work council member noted, automation was back then not widely discussed, which was now certainly a mistake, because they focus on this kind of terminal. Because there you could effectively create a new industrial workforce with different working conditions, including, for example, continuous shift systems separating from existing port labor traditions. We heard the term workers' aristocracy, I guess, yesterday, and this is what also happened here, according to one of my interviews. So, yeah, I guess I have to skip the last point because I'm running out of time. Just some acknowledgement for my interview partners. And yeah, thanks for the attention.
Thank you, Sophia. And now, Daniel, I forgot to say that Daniel left some of a draft of his paper on that table. So if you want to have a clue of its research, you can just get one of these sheets there.
Yeah. Which is a new experience for me, finishing the paper before the talk. All right, so are we just, let me wait for the slides. Awesome. Okay. Let me get my timer going here, guys. Excellent. Okay, good afternoon. I'm Dan Green, and I'm an associate professor of information at the University of Maryland, just outside Washington, D.C. I'm also vice president of our faculty union, and I'm happy to be here taking a break from saving our jobs. My co-author, PhD candidate Zotan Moyi, could not be here today because she is in Shillong in Northeast India, working on an incredible dissertation about gender development and the data labeling industry. She'll finish her dissertation next fall, 2026, so please give her money and jobs. Our paper is a theoretical account of the global gig economy, explaining why it grew so quickly post-2008, how it manifests in different labor markets. So in the global north, the 2008 financial crisis devastated household savings, bifurcated the labor market between low-wage and high-wage jobs, cutting out the middle, and it led to a decade of high unemployment and weak wage growth. In its wake, gig platforms spread across the globe, and they were greeted with great enthusiasm from the central organs of global finance and politics as solutions to the worst recession since the Great Depression. In the global south, the crash accelerated a long-term trend of premature deindustrialization, i.e. stalling or shrinking shares of industrial employment, even in contexts where industrial output grows in absolute terms, so relatively fewer people working in industry. Which is not what developing country leaders wanted. You know, this reality starkly contrasted with dominant theories of economic development that depicted a mature industrial economy as a stage that you finish prior to a service economy, and you get more money at the national and individual level at each stage. Mass smartphone adoption surged as more and more countries seemed to, against their leaders' best efforts, depart from this development script. Those leaders embraced the gig economy as a potential saver for the global majority. Critics like us brought these myths down to earth, but our stories remain geographically segregated. So our challenge in this paper is to think gigs north and south together. Here we focus on the US and India. North or south, platforms formalize informal work, rationalizing the work of independent operators via algorithmic restructuring and connecting their microtransactions to global financial markets. In the US, which developed a mature industrial economy prior to the shift of employment share to services in the 1970s, critics describe digital platforms as engines of informalization. So, you know, Uber turns taxi jobs into gigs. This is a story of decline, where the post-war gains of Keynesian governments and industrial industrial labor unions are destroyed by highly capitalized software developers playing regulatory arbitrage. In contrast, India never fully industrialized, especially in rural areas. Here, a vast, long-standing informal labor market of cash-only, labor-intensive, unregulated work in transport, domestic service, and food prep is formalized by labor platforms. So someone like Urban Company recruits beauticians and handymen by app instead of by social network. So this would then appear to be a simple story of labor market convergence. You know, the Ola driver in India and the Uber driver in the US do the same work. Their lives slowly become equally precarious. But this is not a simple story of capital flattening the globe. Rather, it is a new case of uneven and combined development. Labor platforms formalize informal work everywhere, introducing similar labor processes, but the engine for this process remains largely northern financial capital, and the results differ depending on the state's history with its surplus populations. In contrast to the standard story that kind of condemns the informal economy to the periphery, informal work accompanied every stage of capitalist development. So in the global north, informal labor, often from women and children, was an essential input to the first and second industrial revolutions. Workers at home prepared textiles, foods, and other commodities for factory processing. This was called the putting out system. It worked on piece rates, what Marx called, quote, the form of wage most appropriate to the capitalist mode of production, both because piece rates force the laborer to manage themselves, and because via subcontracting, they, quote, facilitate the interposition of parasites between the capitalist and the wage laborer. Does that sound familiar to anyone here? But platform work is not simply putting out redux. You know, in the US, most platform workers are not driving for Uber full time, but using it to complement other steadier work. Their job satisfaction is much higher than the much smaller number of people who do drive for Uber full time. So around 16% of US adults have ever made money through platforms, but the number of active users are only ever between 1% and 4% of the labor force. Gig platforms that allow workers to monetize otherwise free time are thus an extreme example of what Arnie Kahlberg called the fractured workplaces that dominate post-industrial capitalism. They're not an escape from them, they're just moving that out into the street. The gig economy is thus a symptom of post-industrial breakdown. Increased output per worker and the powerful unionism associated with the control of large fixed machinery enabled steady wage gains for an industrial workforce dominated by white men in mid-century. But total factor productivity has, since that period, stalled, growing, to quote Robert Gordon, after 1970 at barely a third of the rate achieved between 1920 and 1970. Some of this stall is due to the one-time nature of certain infrastructural innovations like electrification, you can't do that twice, while some is due to the shift of employment share from industry to services, which are much harder to automate. The post-war years of high productivity growth helped guarantee higher wages and correspondingly higher consumption because profits soared and wages thus made up a lower proportion of costs. Wages make up a much higher proportion of your costs in the service industry. Besides a brief blip in the late 1990s, computerization has not reversed the post-1970 trend of declining productivity. Computerization did, however, create many unicorns, startups valued at over $1 billion. These places do not employ very many people, which led to a booming 2010 stock market amidst otherwise stagnant wages. Indeed, Uber, the gig economy poster child, only turned a profit after selling off the self-driving car unit that was meant to eliminate labor costs. So never has it been clearer that gigs are generated by platform labor arbitrage, while platforms themselves largely profit through regulatory arbitrage. You pick the friendliest locales. So those Manchester women who were sewing at home 200 years ago through the putting out system provided inputs for a booming textile industry that revolutionized the means of production. Those women were on the bleeding edge of technology. Today, platform labor in the global north is instead a rearguard action of financiers in a moment of widespread precarity and stagnation. Premature deindustrialization is the soil in which that grew, and like most cash crops, platforms did not improve the overall health of the environment. Rather than technological innovation, what labor platforms do is take advantage of regulatory inaction to informalize certain services, formalize the resulting gig as an employment category, and raise their stock price through the promise of endless growth when that promise seems to have withered elsewhere. In the global south, the World Bank and other institutions sees the gig economy as an avenue for economic development when job creation has stalled and elsewhere in the economy, acting as a successor to the business process outsourcing that moved so many call center and software dev jobs from the US and Europe to India, the Philippines, Kenya, and elsewhere. This opportunity is especially attractive to national elites who missed the 1980s to 1990s industrialization cycle that was focused on China and the so-called Asian tigers. These structural concerns then sound similar to the post-industrial North, but where the second and third industrial revolutions followed the US's bourgeois democratic revolution, in India the reverse was true. Democracy followed industrialization. This created a crisis for post-colonial states whose legitimacy depends on the creation of more good jobs. Platform labor emerges then within Indian labor markets that are already dominated by informal labor, around 90% of the total labor force. Gigs are then old news to food hawkers, tuk-tuk drivers, maids, whatever. What is new is the platform that solicits, distributes, and rationalizes those gigs. The smartphone app replaces some older labor market institutions like placement agencies that brought rural migrants into urban services. They also make gigs visible to the labor market and to the welfare state, integrating previously cash-only jobs into formal financial institutions and facilitating discovery in a way that informal transactions channeled through social networks could not. Exploitation is still the order of the day, of course. Labor platforms in India are, as in the US, built on information asymmetries between hungry workers and digital brokers, and the pursuit of profit via arbitrage creates a downward wage spiral. But this self-managed exploitation remains enormously popular. It is often experienced as liberatory, and we should not think people are deluded for feeling that way. This is in part because the labor market provides a really handy counterfactual of starvation or other jobs that you and your friends and family have worked. You know, those who have worked under the tyranny of smallholding farmers or sweatshop subcontractors often prefer informal piecework because they set their own pace and relative autonomy, and they can do so in social groupings, including the family, that are not prescribed by management. You know, even if the rate of exploitation, the ratio of surplus value produced to wages paid is higher than if they were in a formal wage workplace. So geographer Vinay Gidwani argues that informal labor markets have not withered away in the face of development because of the survival tactics of workers who are, quote, constantly striving to disarticulate from the sway of value. The real innovation of labor platforms in the global south, then, is not technological, it is institutional. Absorbing fractions of this post-industrial reserve army of the underemployed, providing the flexibility of informal work on the terms of formal work integrated into the circuits of global finance. Formalization within the world market, but outside the 20th century welfare state and workers' movement. This shift in capitalist social relations requires the state's force. The late economist Kalyan Sanyal argued that Indian industrialization required the forceful, repeated separation of artisans and agricultural workers from means of independent subsistence, land seizures, ethnic cleansing, that sort of thing. This state maintenance of surplus populations is ongoing, it is not historical. Premature deindustrialization creates what Sanyal calls a wasteland of the underemployed who move into and out of a subsistence economy with minimal capital accumulation, the informal sector. This stalled development process creates a legitimacy crisis. Something must have gone wrong if there aren't enough good jobs. Resolving this crisis, Sanyal argues, is the task of the developmental state. He says, quote, "The goal of development is to engage the dispossessed and excluded in production activities. Resources are made to flow from the domain of capital to the wasteland." And you can see this in the 5-year plan. So independent India's first 5-year plans focused on national economic growth via industrialization. But from the 5th 5-year plan onward, the state identified poverty alleviation as a central goal distinct from growing productive enterprises. Labor platforms are a new stage in this process. Like the rest of the informal economy, they provide the underemployed with low productivity, self-managed work. Unlike the rest of the informal economy, platforms restructure the labor process via datafication. They deploy workers in places and times most amenable to capital accumulation, and they funnel payments and profits through formal financial markets. A development project native to premature deindustrialization. In Sanyal's terms, gigs in the global south selectively capitalize the wasteland. Labor platforms bring the outside in, absorbing fractions of the industrial reserve army, providing the flexibility of informal work on the terms of formal work, and integrating work and worker into finance. Oh, really? Okay. Well, maybe my stuff will come back. Gigs north and south proceed through the same labor processes. Driving for Uber in India and the US look similar. The geographical difference then is in how platform labor is integrated into the rest of the economy. Because the North industrialized before transitioning to a service economy, platform labor formalizes newly informal work, supplementing flagging full-time wages for a relatively small number of workers in a stagnant economy. Because the South's industrial development stalled, platform labor there selectively formalizes a vast wasteland of informal work. Many of the same firms appear in both locales, like Uber, but even competing platforms can share financiers. You know, both Uber and Ola, their biggest competitor in India, are heavily supported by SoftBank. You know, wherever they are, labor platforms succeed because of this massive capitalization, and it allows them to survive long periods of money-losing rides until competition is destroyed and oligopolies established. So it is not the case that labor platforms north and south are independent economic actors, nor is it the case that they're exactly the same, rather uneven and combined development. And we see regular, degular, uneven and combined development still. You know, we steal resources and cobalt to make our phones, but this is a more kind of novel development. The experience of hailing a ride via your phone registers a very real change in the capitalist production of space. You know, there's too many people who want paid work but can't get enough of it, and you can be matched with them for as long as you want at a moment's notice. No, neither rider nor driver are free to set the price of that match. This phenomenon stretches the globe, enrolling underpaid full-time workers in tighter northern labor markets versus the previously informal workers enrolled in prematurely deindustrialized southern economies. Different structural positions because the North industrialized at the South's expense in the 19th century, so that post-colonial states entered a world market full of industrial competitors in the 20th century, leading those southern states to prematurely deindustrialize in the 21st and turn to development as a solution. I had a great "the party's over" slide. Labor platforms then are one solution for a broader political problem of contemporary capitalism: how to manage a reserve army of labor after the dream of endless growth has died. That these firms are so heavily capitalized relative to employees or revenues is very important. Financial institutions are coordinating agents for global capital and probably the most effective supranational governance bodies we have. This is not a shadowy conspiracy, it's just to suggest a kind of a structural opportunity, maybe a necessity that was recognized by finance. Sanyal recognizes the same in his description of a wasteland that must be developed, lest post-colonial states risk illegitimacy and unrest. Through platform labor, financial capital extends this development project around the globe, and while the post-pandemic end to quantitative easing has forced many labor platforms to focus on profitability, the structural limits to growth, especially in the global south, seem to hold firm. So we can expect neither Uber nor Ola to suffer for lack of drivers anytime soon. Thank you.
So thank you, Daniel, for your paper. And now there's Robert, and I guess Lindsay, which is from Purdue University.
Thank you so much. I can't see you all, but I'm trusting that you can see us okay. And thank you for finding this way to include us. We really, really appreciate it. So I'm Lindsay. I'm a faculty member at Purdue, and my background is in science and technology studies, media studies, and feminist studies.
I'm Robert Ovets. I am a migrant mine worker of academia, or a gig worker, primarily at San Jose State University.
Great. So I'll start us off if you want to go to the next slide, please. And feel free to, thank you so much. Yeah, so just to give you a quick overview of what we'll be talking about, the first thing we wanted to do is kind of situate academic leader within the larger global AI supply chain network. So one of the things we're doing in this paper is thinking about how can we trace sites of exploitation and de-skilling that are happening all across the AI supply chain, including what's happening to academic workers with the integration of AI into higher education, and how we can find solidarity and common cause with folks who are located primarily in the global south, who do much of the work of data labeling and annotation that makes AI possible. We'll then talk a little bit about our workers' inquiry into AI in higher education. So for us, this really means thinking strategically about how academic labor is organized and how can we assess where workers have power in the academic workplace and how AI is being used to undermine it. For us, this requires thinking about the colonial matrix of power, because both the processes of developing AI and its implementation are vehicles for imposing hierarchies of labor and knowledge that ultimately are serving to exploit workers all around the globe. And then I'll kick things over to Robert, who's going to talk about an audit he did of existing union strategies for AI. And we found that there's essentially kind of two main approaches. The first is more of a kind of collaborate and redistribute the benefits of AI. So it's a more kind of a liberal model where essentially trying to take benefits of productivity or other perceived benefits and find ways to make sure that workers get some of those rewards. The second strategy being more along the lines of organizing collective refusal and pushing for AI bans. We tend to be in the latter camp, and Robert will explain why. You can go to the next slide, please. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of context to what's happening. I'm primarily speaking from the context of the US, but I think this translates to a number of universities in the global north as well. We see that universities are playing really pivotal roles in the integration and normalization of corporate-backed hyperscaling AI tools. So we could think about university partnerships with companies like OpenAI or Microsoft as just two examples of the way we see this playing out. But of course, much of what's not discussed in these contracts with universities, where they promise to make teaching much more effective, is that all of these systems are predicated on the mining of rare earth minerals, the extraction of large quantities of water and electricity that are necessary for powering the data centers underpinning AI technology, disproportionately harms accruing to the global south as well. Additionally, tools like ChatGPT rely on micro workers, primarily in the global south, who do that work of data process and training, often for less than $2 an hour, often in workplace environments where there's a tremendous amount of gender-based harassment and discrimination as well. And just to give you an example of what this looks like in practice, ChatGPT had a content moderation algorithm that was designed by workers at SAMA. And SAMA is marketed as an ethical AI company. So it claims to be basically an impact sourcing mode of outsourcing, where workers who are looking for economic opportunity are given this chance to work for SAMA that's going to purportedly help pull them out of poverty. But there's been studies that have been done that have shown kind of conditions of low wages, harassment, and very punitive surveillance-based systems as well that allow for these workers to be under a state of constant precarity and hyper scrutiny. So it's within this larger global AI supply chain that these university partnerships are really cropping up. We can go to the next slide, please. So within this context, we also see that faculty are being increasingly exposed to the algorithmic management of their workplaces. So university management is essentially restructuring academic work in such a way that privileges speed, efficiency, university rankings, and other quantifiable metrics over the more qualitative aspects of higher education. And for us, this is less about kind of a risk of full automation, right? The complete loss of teaching as a profession, but more about how is education, how is teaching labor, how is research being captured and transformed by the increasing algorithmic management of the workplace. We find the concept of the gig academy really useful here, in part because it helps to situate academic workers as part of this global labor market where algorithmic management is used to discipline the precariously employed. So we see intensified conditions of exploitation and precarity, and we see an increased use of surveillance as well, and ultimately a kind of hyper-rationalization of academic labor, which Robert will elaborate on a little bit. Just to give you kind of another example of what this is looking like in practice, this is a platform that we analyzed called Creatrix Campus. It claims to be able to automate essentially every aspect of the faculty lifecycle, from onboarding to performance tracking. And really what it does is provide administrators with an assessment of productivity that can be used to further discipline academic labor. And so what we're seeing is that as workloads increase and wages continue to stagnate, these tools essentially promise to help faculty use their time well based on parameters they have little to no control over. So we're seeing faculty being asked to integrate corporate-backed generative AI tools into their teaching at the same time that we're also seeing generative AI being used for, firstly, strike breaking. So there was a case at Boston University where there was a graduate workers' strike, and the administration basically proffered to faculty that they could use generative AI to substitute as essentially graders during this struggle. We've also seen partnerships between universities and companies like OpenAI to essentially rationalize increasing class sizes. So as teaching loads continue to bloat and expand, ChatGPT is being proffered as a tool that's going to help reduce the amount of time that faculty member spends assessing work or developing lesson plans. And therefore, there's no need to be so worried about having kind of this influx of students into your class. And then more at the kind of K through 12 level, what we're seeing in the United States is also the use of tools like generative AI to decide which text to remove from library shelves, particularly as we see anti-DEI legislation and legislation targeting books that speak to marginalized experiences for young people. We also saw in July 2024 that there was a partnership between a major publishing house and tech companies, including Microsoft, where these publishing venues are essentially promising academic scholarship to be used for training AI models as well. So we're seeing kind of an additional layer of exploitation on top of faculty scholarship. So go for it, Robert. I think you're still on mute.
So around that same time, I actually got a letter from one of my publishers, Brill, that they were going to be feeding all of our books and journal articles and book chapters into training AI. So it's very relevant for me. So what do we do about this? What we are advocating is that we apply a methodology known as a workers' inquiry into understanding, as Sophia was doing with the port workers, into the impact of transforming academic labor in order to control it. And so a workers' inquiry is something that I wrote about in my second book. It's an edited volume, and it involves combining an understanding of the technical composition of capital along with the current composition of workers' power in order to understand and develop new tactic strategies and objectives for our purposes, for Lindsay and I, in order to resist and organize against this dramatic expansion and imposition of AI on our work and in the institutions and the impact on students and staff, as Lindsay was just talking about. So let's start with a technical composition. What is a technical composition? It's essentially the process of understanding how, in our case, academic capital is organized. And I think Sophia did a great job of that earlier in understanding how ports have restructured port labor. We're doing the same thing in academia as well. And just as Sophia talked about how technology is introduced in a contested terrain of struggle, we also see it in the same way, that public higher education in the United States underwent a dramatic transformation over the last 4 decades in response not only to the demands of students for access and for resources, but also the high rate of unionization of higher education workers. And over the last 10 years, a relatively dramatic upswing in the organization of faculty at private universities as well, including graduate students and now undergraduate workers, including in the institutional system that I teach in. And so we understand AI as a response to workers' power. And rather than seeing it as something that's going to result in, getting past capitalism or some sort of utopian world of sharing massive increase in productivity, we see AI as just essentially a sophisticated steam shovel. And I know that's going to be controversial to argue, but effectively it's a new tool that's being introduced the same way that the shipping container was introduced in the ports, as we heard about earlier. And we understand technology in the way that Marx in Capital Volume 1 pointed out, that not only is the specialized work distributed among different individuals, but the individual himself is divided up and transformed in the automatic motor of a detailed operation. So in other words, AI is part of the same process of rationalizing, breaking up, and redistributing the parts of the work that we do. And the systems that Lindsay was just talking about are really fundamental to understanding that. Now, on the other side, in the classroom, the same thing is happening through a platform that is generally known as a learning management system that we have both written about extensively in previous works. And by the way, our presentation is based on a chapter that's going to be in a book that's coming out later this year. And so a learning management system, which you can see a couple of examples here on the screen on the left 2 sides, is essentially a platform for the process of standardizing and being able to study, collect data about, and be able to break up the components of what we think of as the art of teaching. And in this middle graph, you can actually see an example where data points are generated for everything that's done in a learning management system. And in some previous chapters and journal articles, I've written extensively about how it's used to track every aspect within this virtual environment of the interaction between students and faculty in order to manage the literal teaching process. I actually was just forced to do what I count as my 6th training, because I also teach some online classes, my 6th training in how to teach online. And we were taught this strategy in which you design your online course using what's called backwards design. And just to demonstrate really how much it's integrating into the way that new teaching pedagogies are being imposed on us, is that we're told that we should look at the objective and then design the class, the components of the way that we teach in this mechanized virtual space, as if we were some sort of engineer that's putting these pieces together. And part of that is that each part of the class they called a manageable chunk. And so you're supposed to chunk it according to online teaching pedagogy and literally to break up what we do into these components that can be interchanged and even outsourced or automated. In fact, this is the plan of the largest public university system in the country, in the United States, the California State University system that I teach in. Just last week, we were shocked to receive this letter you can see on the right-hand side from our system chancellor that they have partnered now with ChatGPT's OpenAI company. They didn't tell us how much it costs, but we have discovered that it's around $75 million, which would be more than enough to reverse the cutbacks, layoffs, closing of departments at several campuses in our 23 campus system. So there's no accident that they're both happening at the same time. Neoliberal downsizing, restructuring is happening at the same time that we're being told that we've partnered now to introduce AI throughout the system. So the way I look at AI is that it's essentially a tool for automating various components of teaching in the online virtual space. And one of the classic examples here is something I get PR emails about virtually every day, a company that's called pack back. And they offer, among many other tools, there are literally hundreds of tools built into a Canvas LMS that allow us to automate everything from grading to tutoring to giving advanced warnings, which Lindsay writes about quite extensively in her new book that just came out with the MIT Press. So what do we do about this? How do we recompose academic workers' power? So in our chapter, we write about 2 available databases that provide language that's being used by both European unions and US unions on AI. These essentially demonstrate that one of 2 strategies dominates. And this is the strategy that I refer to as NVP. The different bargaining language that's in there. I also teach labor relations at the graduate level. I'm sorry, I'm running over time here. It approaches the issue of AI as a question of framing it as rights, access to information, having voice, providing notification to workers, and being able to participate in making the new work rules. And this is modeled after some classic famous contracts in the auto sector and the port sector, and also in mining and steel in the United States that essentially began the downward spiral of the labor movement in the US. So rather than seeing it as a labor control strategy, unions are approaching AI really as a question of the employer acts and labor unions respond. And this is very classic. In the last couple of years, there have been some huge peace agreements, essentially, between some of the biggest unions in the country, including our labor confederation with the big tech companies. So we argue that rather than the NVP approach, we need to effectively engage in organizing for collective disruptive refusal of AI. And that can be done in academia through the slow roll using the academic governance process, but also including getting access to AI contracts, which is virtually impossible. Lindsay and I are both focused on trying to do that, which is an uphill battle, and using all the other tools available. And then also various kinds of outside disruption, which we've seen happening in several important strikes and strike threats in the last couple of years in Hollywood, including one that's still going on with video game voice actors who are still on strike over AI, and these other unions that you can see listed above. And then also connecting with other workers who are beginning to take action in the workplace along the global supply chain that Lindsay was talking about earlier. So thank you. I'm sorry I went a little bit over time. So really great panel. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert and Lindsay. And now we're going to gather some questions from the audience. Okay. Let's start from here, and then we have a couple of questions over there.
Thank you to all the speakers. I have a question from Robert and Lindsay. I am Martina Di Ridolfo from the European Trade Union Federation for the Education Sector. So your presentation really spoke to the struggles that I live every day when I try to address the topic of AI with the union leaders. Actually, I find your conclusion very interesting, and I wanted to share an experience and a question with you. What I hear from negotiators or European level, that they struggle with teachers or academics and researchers themselves who are not prioritizing their workers' rights when it comes to AI, because they have different priorities. So what's your experience in the US? Like, what do you feel among colleagues? Do you think there is awareness around rights when it comes to AI? And if there is not, is it because people are not aware, or people think that this is not a priority? Thanks.
Lindsay?
We're gonna get some questions, and then you can
okay.
reply.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Hi, this is well, yes, just Philip Freeman, European Transport Workers Federation. It's a question for Sophia, as our federation also covers docs. Just a little bit of context. Well, first of all, I mean, fantastic presentation. It's good to see that, or heartening to see that the sort of macro things that we see at European level, like this thing about subcontracting, the sort of bifurcation of the labor force between workers. It's linked to your research at a ground level. Just for context, the ports are, well, we're seeing severe working degradation of working conditions across the transport sector, except basically for ports. Ports are still where you can find decent jobs. People still want to be port workers, etc. And I mean, high unionization and is one of the reasons for this. I just want to ask a couple of questions from our data, or from what we know. Essentially, completely automated ports are less productive than ports that are mixed workers and digital tools. Do you have any indication from the ground of why that is? And the second question is about, so now we're seeing sort of securitization of ports. Before, maybe 10 years ago, the whole question was about the marketization of ports, the ports as a place for competition, and now obviously questions of ports as critical infrastructure, ports as sort of locations of drug trafficking, stuff like that. What do you see in Hamburg regarding this and related to digitalization? But thanks a lot.
Yeah. Merci. Hi, I'm Denis Gorbach from Lund University. So I have a short question to Lindsay and Robert, and more substantial to Daniel. So the short question is about students, which are normally the essential component of every university mobilization. And I would expect that, contrary to the usual anti-austerity mobilization, here it would be more complicated, because especially in the Anglo-American world, it seems that students are completely like on board with all these AI thingies, so they would be more difficult to mobilize. So what about that part of the equation? And for Daniel, you are talking about gig economy. You associated with low growth and low capital accumulation, but in growth does not necessarily equate capital profitability, and accumulation is not the same as concentration. So I'm wondering whether it would be possible to plot your picture on the story of tendential fall of profit rate, organic composition, and all this stuff. How would you link it to that story? Thank you.
Yeah, let's get one more question from Richard. Yeah.
Okay. This one is for Robert and Lindsay. And hey, Robert and Lindsay, this is Richard. Richard Baumann, University of Michigan. I've been in touch with you. I'm sorry I remain to be disembodied, but at least I have a human voice now. This is a fantastic and scary presentation. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about the conversations you're having with your colleagues about this kind of stuff, organizing against. I also felt very much caught when you were describing some of these pedagogical tools. I occasionally work for our teaching and learning center as a consultant, working with other graduate students and telling them basically how to use these kind of systems and strategies in the classroom. And I was wondering if those teaching and learning centers, if they still exist, because a lot of universities get rid of them, if those would be crucial, pressure points where we need to intervene and tell people like myself, these consultants, to not do certain things because they would be stupid in the long run. But again, what are your conversations about that, like with graduate student teachers, with your colleagues, and also with students?
I'm going to add a little bit to that, if that's okay. So, hi, I'm Joel Bach. I'm one of the organizers of the conference as well. And this question, I just wanted to add to Richard's question specifically. So, I teach at Old Dominion University in Virginia, and AI is taking over there. So I just wanted to add, if you've noticed any difference in your conversations with colleagues between people in STEM fields versus the social sciences and humanities as well, just to add an extra dimension to Richard's question, because, yeah, I certainly have at Old Dominion, but I want to hear your perspectives from your universities as well.
Yeah, we have like last question, like if you want to, yeah.
Hi, Marta Ceka from Equal Times. About the strategy, I have two questions, but I suppose there is not much time. About the strategies, also to Lindsay and to Robert. We are actually working on a story on translators, and I can see a lot of parallelism with the Hamburg, what is happening in the port. So if negotiation is not something that you would put on the table first, so what would be the solutions that, in terms of organizing this collective, which are very precarious? I mean, their work is being more and more precarious, and of course mental health issues, etc., linked to that. And with Green, I will do it afterwards, I suppose. Thank you.
Yeah. Shall we start from the online speaker, please, Robert and Lindsay? Go ahead and yeah.
Maybe I'll jump in first, Robert, and then you can maybe. Great. So I think the first question was around why aren't academic workers necessarily seeing this as a worker rights issue? I think one of the challenges that I think everyone is facing across sectors is that there's so much mystification about what AI is. It's kind of this huge catch-all term where everything under the kitchen sink can be used to fit underneath it. And so I think first kind of demystifying exactly what AI is, and then being more specific about what types of tools are we seeing on our campus. So is it a learning management software issue? Is it a faculty management software issue? Is it ChatGPT and generative AI in our classrooms, and finding ways to start naming the specific technologies we're grappling with, and then what their concrete implications are? I also noticed that for a lot of the promise of these technologies as labor saving is very appealing to faculty who are already hyper exploited and exhausted, right? So I also understand the attractiveness and why many faculty tend to, at least initially, kind of seem like they're in lockstep with administration, because who doesn't want to cut down on the amount of time that they're doing prepping or doing assessment, right? So I think trying to help people see that these technologies aren't actually labor saving, they're actually a form of de-skilling. And I find using language like issues of surveillance, exploitation, issues of discrimination as well is a way of kind of cutting through the hype, hysteria, and clutter, and really grounding this in what are our actual lived experiences as academic workers on the campus. There was another question that was more about students and in what ways are students possibly being part of resistance. I think student resistance has been really promising, at least in the US context. A few examples that come to mind is there was an automated exam proctoring software called Proctorio, which essentially uses facial detection technology to assign a risk score based on whether the machine thinks a student is cheating or not. They're highly biased and discriminatory against students of color, students in religious headgear, students who are neurodivergent. They're incredibly extractive. They're essentially spyware that students are expected to install on their laptops. And so students were really at the forefront of organizing mass open letter and social media campaigns that proved to be successful at a number of universities in the US and North America. Facial recognition technology is another thing that students have organized against very successfully on college campuses. And in my own experiences talking with students, I think if you talk about it again as a surveillance issue, or you help make them more aware of environmental implications, or reveal to them the kind of precarious, poorly paid workforce that makes their ChatGPT possible, they're able to start entering into a more kind of critical conversation that has been incredibly productive. Robert, did you want to speak to the kind of organizing strategies question?
Well, I just wanted to add on something too about what you were saying in response to. I didn't catch the name of the European Union Institute questioner, but I think part of it is that we're essentially not answering all the industry propaganda. I don't know about in Europe or other countries, but literally every day I get several different invitations from textbook publishers, from administrators. I teach at several institutions, so I probably get more than most people, but inviting me to learn how to use AI in the classroom and manage our students using AI and teach them to use AI productively. And it's all framed in such a way, like you were saying, Lindsay, is that it's seen as a labor-saving device. It's seen as a new, gee whiz, what a great learning tool. What a great labor-saving device. Won't you like to try to use it? And that's going unanswered. I am a member of the second largest faculty union in the country, and our union doesn't say anything about it. In fact, one thing we've done is we have a reform caucus, a rank and file reform caucus in our union, and we got a resolution passed a few months ago demanding that our bargaining team bargain over AI. And we even got pushback from the leadership that said, oh, we're handling it. It's like, no, you haven't handled it, right? The gate is open. And now just last week, we got this massive letter I talked about. So, I mean, the short of the answer is, it's not that people don't know about AI. I think they're not entirely clear whether it's a threat or a benefit. And we're not hearing from our unions. And that's huge mistake, a strategic mistake. And then a little bit about the students also. While I do have students that are clearly using AI to write some of their essays, one of the things that we're taught is just try to make your assignments too difficult to use AI. But I actually think something else is happening, like you were saying, Lindsay, with Proctorio, is that students are actually starting to abandon online classes. A lot of my students tell me I can't take online because of the impersonality of it, that, it seems to be automated. Students don't want that. They want to go to school and over again, we're also told to feel shame that we're the sage on the stage in America. Well, you don't want to do that. You want to flip your classroom and have students tell me over and over again, they like a good lecture, and they don't get that in an online class. So I think the students are engaged in everyday forms of resistance already. They're just not coordinated. They are on some of these issues like Lindsay has researched, but I don't think there's a mass movement yet against the use of AI. So, Lindsay, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, actually, I would go for the other speaker if you don't mind. Yeah, please, Daniel, do you want to?
Please, Sophia.
Oh, Sophia?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the questions. The first one regarding why is the productivity higher in non-fully automated ports? The incentive that I can only speak for Hamburg, but there's a nice report, but probably you know it, by Transport Forum of OECD by Olaf Merck. But yeah, in Hamburg, the incentives for human labor to work higher productivity, they were still they tried to abolish them, but then reintroduce them after some labor actions because they could end their shifts when they have their amount finished of containers, so they work more quickly in order to have to leave earlier, and so this flexibility of human labor, which allows sometimes even higher productivity, and which is needed when there is a ship coming in with 24,000 TEU containers, because there is this massive ups and downs of work intensity in a port with the increasing ship size. Then you have a flexible pooling system in the port of Hamburg, allowing for a pool of workers to be employed by in different locations, different terminals, which actually now with the ongoing, or I think yesterday they finished the agreement negotiation. They will now also introduce for the holding company of the largest operator, and. Yeah. So, and then of course there's aspects of externalization of some works, allowing for the focus. Allowing the focus on the terminal itself, on the mere moving of the container, and updating or automating in container logistics is very capital intensive, high cost intensive, and has to be done in running business. The Port of Hamburg works 360 days, full non-stop days. It's very hard to automate in this kind of complex but also massive surroundings. Mm-hmm. And the second one, thanks especially for this one, because this is like part of, in the focus of my dissertation, my ongoing doctoral research. Like, I think it's very much related to the geopolitical rifts and shifts we are now experiencing, the ways of, the projects of digitalization in the ports highlight this, like, quite, for me, they highlight them quite well. We have, especially after the attack of Russia on Ukraine, with this whole thing of energy transition was very dominant, and there was a kind of nationalization of the ports in Germany, I would say. Like, there are now plans to transform the port in Hamburg and also in other parts into energy hubs to transform LNG, import LNG or produce green hydrogen and this kind of stuff. So it became new attention to this new global political geopolitics. And we can also see it in the way data, the last point, the data negotiations are also highlighting this. Like, they were digitalizing since the 80s, but like just recently, like 1 or 2 years ago, with also this whole discourse around China being too much influential, data or digitalization in ports become toxical door openers. I quote a recent study. So, yeah, it's this kind of shift, I would say.
Yeah, Daniel. Terrific. Yeah, I'll also call a point of privilege to deeply emphasize with what Lindsay was saying about the real serious need to disambiguate AI and empiricize what we're talking about. And to that end, I will highlight a forthcoming report from me and Robert's National Union. I'm sorry, Lindsay, I don't know anything about Purdue. From the American Federation for Teachers, AAUP, where we conducted a survey of about 1,000 academics and then interviewed another 100 on their experiences with Gen AI, what it looks like at their particular university, how it's affecting their labor process and stuff. It's led by Britt Paris at Rutgers, and that'll be out in the next month or so. But to the question, is this just a tendency of the rate of profit to fall problem that is producing the gig economy? I'm a Marxist. I use Marxist language and theory in most of my work. I'm agnostic on that theory in general, which can kind of be like a deus ex machina for a lot of issues. But in this particular paper, you could choose to read it as like a complete boring Keynesian, or as like an endnotes communization theorist. Larry Summers, the most boring orthodox person of all, is like deeply worried about secular stagnation in the U.S. And the kind of like slowing of innovation across our economy. And you could, I think there's a very easy way to read slow growth post-1970 as the tendency of rate of profit to fall, largely in the terms that I presented of decreased productivity. There is just no more or far less blood we can squeeze from that stone, both because of the one-time nature of certain infrastructural innovations, as well as like the shift of labor share to services. The like amount of profit relative to investment that you can get is just sheer lower. But you don't need to believe in that as a kind of like secular destiny in order to do this. You can just see what these companies are saying themselves. And I think the point that this is in part a consequence of concentration is a very, very good one, because you do not get gig economy companies in any domain without extraordinary concentrations of financial capital, of massive overcapitalization relative not just to revenue, but like to employees, to capex. Like there are billions of dollars in Uber per employee. Like this is not what we would think of as a healthy company. these places struggle to turn any kind of profit. And they only manage to do so because of the billions and billions of dollars that are flooding into them, which means that they can outlast smaller competitors until they can establish local oligopolies. And often they'll acquire other competitors too. And then when they're the biggest game in town, they can start ratcheting up prices. So the talk is even out of date since I wrote it, because Uber has since had a profitable quarter, since even after the one where they sold Waymo or whatever it was, because now they have been able to, they've started reducing driver wages even more and chalking up prices of rides that are very, very much higher than when, like, you know, I was in my 20s post-recession and you could get like a $5 Uber to the other side of town. Like, those days are over. It's a $30 ride now. So these companies really don't exist without billions in corporate welfare behind them. And I think it's, that's another reason why we need to make sure that we don't think of them, or Silicon Valley in general, as like engines of innovation that are really changing like the way we live and work and doing wondrous new things. Like, this is just old school. Pour a bunch of money in to buy out your cheaper competitors who don't have the bankroll that you do, and then jack up the prices. Like, this could have been done 100 years ago, just, didn't have a smartphone.
Yeah. Thank you, Daniel, and thank you again to all our speakers. I think, Robert, would you like to say something else briefly? Because I see your hand raised.
Yeah. I mean, is there time for any more questions?
Actually, no. We're closing. But if you, I saw your hand raised, so I thought you'd like to add something briefly before our closing. Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be brief, but I do have a question. Yeah. Can I ask it?
Yeah, let's try it.
Okay, so I was really fascinated by your presentation, Sophia, and I'm curious about what the role of the union is in organizing around these automated ports or the introduction of AI. Are they reactive? Are they focused on just bargaining over the terms, or are they actually taking any sort of action at the workplace, any labor?
Yeah, if you can answer briefly, or just,
Okay. Yeah, they are involved because there is a high level of organization, but it is a bit, let's say, contentious, because the atmosphere was not very well, not very good after the acquisition of MSC. There are some disappointments, but there are negotiations about automation, and I would say maybe, 20 years ago they kind of ignored automation in Hamburg because they focused on different things, and they I put the example of these two terminals because it highlights how workforce organization through capital, through the employer can work. It's like it's a really much divide and
Conquer.
Huh?
Conquer
and divide.
Yep.
Yeah, divide and conquer kind of a strategy, and it was back then, and so today they are much more engaged and they try to shape the conditions, but also the union acknowledge that it's like inevitable. So it's more about trying to look for the conditions, but not like stop it.
Thank you, and I will give you them another round of applause. And I think now we're basically closing our 2 days conference. And before Ida, I would like just to say that I really thank you, all of you, for taking part in this conference. I would like to thank you, the E2I, for the efforts. And I would also renovate the invite, that Richard made to all of you regarding continuing this experience. In our last conference in Aarhus, we said, we kind of started to think about, if automation, we started to think about, the extraction or production of value. And so that's why we decided to kind of craft this conference on these themes. But now I would say, that just thinking about all the panels of these days, I would propose, does automation create value, actual value in its broader sense? So and that's all. So thank you, and now Joel and Aida for the closing remarks. Again, thank you.
Hello. Okay. I
Joel.
don't
Joel.
have.
Oh, just real quick. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I have to run to the airport, but I'm not yet running, so I guess I can just. I just wanted to thank you all again for coming and for participating in this conference, and also a big thank you to my colleagues again for organizing this. It's been really a pleasure, and I think really a continuation of the great conversations that we started having 1.5 years ago in Aarhus in Denmark. And I say it again, but I really encourage those of you who have been here the first time, if you were a speaker, if you were a participant, if you really like this kind of forum, to join the organizing team and make a third iteration happen with a different topical framework, because that was really our idea with this very long kind of Germanic title, right? Cyborg Workers 2.0, the past, present, and future of automated labor. And then it even had something longer, and it didn't fit on most grant forms and all of that. But really to come up with another theme where we can have these kind of conversations, particularly in this interdisciplinary way, which is something that we very much enjoyed with the first conference. It also worked really, really well with the second conference here. So let's make the third one happen. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So yeah, I don't have anything prepared to say right now, but just wanted to say thank you for all of the fantastic presentations and conversations over the last couple of days. So I presented at the first edition of Cyborg Workers, but I was online. I was actually in Tokyo at the time. I wasn't in Denmark. And so it was really special to be able to make it this time in person and meet all of the people whose presentations I heard last time and see where the conversations are going now. And I hope to be a part of Cyborg Workers 3.0, blockchain edition. And I hope to see some of your faces again in the future.
And from my side, I really would like to emphasize the fact that we are a bunch of people who presented a year ago. Magdalena Maleka, who must be somewhere in online, who couldn't travel because she got sick at the very last minute from University of Copenhagen. Philip Reik from University of Berlin. Rabi Jamil, that you met yesterday from University of Canada. Joel Bock, Michele Santoro, and Sarah Enschow from the University of Ingolstadt, Germany, and of course Richard Bachman, who just said goodbye, and myself. We all presented there, and we all organized this new iteration with all our heart and brains, and I think we work really well over more than a year. So it does take time, but this is a result, having you and your very good will and your brains as well, that we want to pick for the next edition. But as Ursula and Jason reminded us these days, we have all heard these stories before, and all these presentations that you provided and the conversations that we just had remind us of these familiar stories about bringing back the questions to what technology or automation is doing to us, to our planet, but mostly to our freedom and capacity to make decision making. So with that, I really heartily thank you, but also the technicians who are working at the backstage, my colleagues who prepared. Afia, Sophie, Christelle, and Penny, who also work a lot for this. So, and all of us. So let's meet again in a very good vibe as well. And the recordings will be available. For those who would like to take your presentation to another step, we are thinking about making a material product or output out of this. So you will hear from us, and we'll take it from there. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's over.